Hey,
Thank you, Kevin.
sorry, let's bring up our phones. Devices.
Is this corporate?
Show the road. It's a little fast.
Yeah. That's okay, we're ready.
It's all right, we're ready. So let's call this meeting, regular meeting of January 23rd of the Board of Trustees to order. After we call the roll, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Present.
Palmer, absent, Flintoff, present, Rizzo,
Present.
Carey, present, Noel, present, Riser.
Present.
We have quorum. Also present is Township Manager Parker and Captain Jeffrey. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this brings us to adoption of the agenda. And I understand we have some items to be added. And also there's a request to shift some things around on the agenda, so who would like to add the items? We have one from our utilities director. That's the purchase of the new 2024 GMC 2500 for utility department with cloud multiple municipal lights and toolbox. That would presumably go to new business.
I propose to add that as K6 and how about if we put it after K3? Given that Brandon is I think Brandon's gonna be present for that.
Okay,
What's the title of it again?
it should be in front of you. There should be a hard copy
New
right
truck,
here.
utility truck.
Yeah.
Okay,
So my motion would be to add new K6. Purchase of new 2024 GMC 250 truck for the utility department. And to place it after K3 in new business.
Okay.
Just got one quick question. Is Andy here? I'm just assuming for reports for H1, is there other business?
K3 as well.
K3, he's got two things.
Oh, he does. Okay. So
Let's move him up.
can we move him up to K1? Can we move Andy up so we don't keep him here late?
Well, one suggestion was to move some of the new business items that involve staff people ahead, up from new business to ahead of unfinished business.
We could, if I could suggest, K1, K2, K3, and K6 all involve staff or contractors. So why don't we just move,
In mass, move them up.
why don't we just flip flop new business and unfinished business?
Yep.
As long as nobody's gonna turn into a pumpkin and end the meeting early.
That is the simplest solution.
Looking at you guys, okay.
We'll talk fast. And there was another item too. Is that ready? You were gonna bring a budget amendment?
Oh, yeah, I decided not to bring the proposed budget amendment. But we'll be bringing it to the next meeting.
Okay. In that case, are we ready to approve the agenda as amended?
I would move it.
Moved by Riser, support by Brazeau. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, agenda is approved. Communications to the Board of Trustees.
Yes, D1, I would just note, communications from Renee Smallwood relate to item K3. And the communications, I'll just note the communications between Bob Stites and Trustee Noel are there. It sounds like, Trustee Noel, thank you for your advocacy for open meetings with the DDA. And it sounds like the DDA is going to comply with that. And I would encourage them to continue to be as open as possible.
That brings us to public comment. This is the time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. And we usually take folks who are here in person first, and then we turn to those who are participating remotely. Is there anyone in the hall who would like to speak during public comment?
So the only one, that's not a staff member here tonight. Good evening, board. A couple of quick things. I know that Brandon's, specifically the, Brandon's IME submitted for the new vehicle was added, at the last minute. I just want to make sure that was competitively bid, through Deal Source or some other process. Not that we don't have, we actually have quite a healthy sewer fund balance. But can we, in the future, $60,000 purchases are things that generally are predicted sometime into the future. I'd like to see the capital improvement plan come back, especially now that Ally's on board. And as part of the budget process, or even if we have a small part of it in the budget process, and then we begin a capital improvement plan over the next couple of months. Thank you for moving forward with the Jackson Road Overlay District Advisory Group. I look forward to see that later this evening, and appreciate everybody's hard work. Thanks.
Thanks, Ryan.
Is there anyone participating remotely who would like to comment? There is.
Pam Boyd.
Thank you. Pam Boyd, an active and informed Scio resident who has attended over 425 township meetings over the last 4 years. Regarding reports, excellent reports by Chief Hood, Deputy Clerk Gillis, and the Sheriff report. Pertaining to the board, as this is the board's last year before the election, where is a priority list for issues in Scio Township for you to focus on your last year? How are they ranked? When you rank your priorities, please also reference the number of residents that will benefit with each of your priorities. If you don't have or intend to have a list, why not? Regarding the burn permit, historically, over the last 31 years, I've lived in Scio Township, my family burns limbs. This is one of the benefits of living in the country or out of the city limits. Usually we burn tree limbs that have fallen over the last year or two. We burn usually on average once every 2 years. And so I'm asking, and we always comply with a burn permit and with the hours involved. So I would like to make sure that residents still have the ability to burn yard waste. And Supervisor Hathaway, I still don't see a report from you. It's kind of disappointing. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Pam.
Next up is Rob Pattison, followed by Nicole.
Thank you, Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. Clerk Flintoft, as Treasurer Palmer is not there tonight, I've got some questions and I hope you can answer them.
Okay.
Fonson Company is on the bills to be paid for almost $332,000. Could you tell us what that is?
Sure, that was the construction related to the Uplands project, the Parks and Paths Southeast Pathway. So that was, the engineering was done by Washa Engineering and the construction by Fonson. Great,
thank you. We've got almost $1.2 million worth of payments this month. Drive IQ, I remember that we contracted with Trustee Brazeau's company. Could you remind us what that $4,700 payment was for?
Definitely. It was to prepare, it was fixed bid to prepare a scope of work for the township to consider budgeting and bidding out in order to improve our records management, particularly our digital records management. The work has already started and is largely done. We had 9 meetings with Drive IQ internally with each of the different areas that kind of create and manage records in the township. And I expect that we should be able to, Chris, Joyce, and I are going to be meeting with Drive IQ. I expect we'll be able to bring back an update to the board next month.
Brilliant, thank you. And then I also see on the agenda tonight, we're paying $5,942 to Kennedy Solutions for work completed on April 4th of 2023. That's 9 months late. Is there an explanation of why we're 9 months behind on that particular payment?
We screwed up. We shouldn't have been 9 months behind. It got lost in a staff transition. And you're absolutely right. That's not the norm. And should be a rare exception.
Okay, thank you. Tonight you have the Z Road pathway thing, and there's 4 options for how the pathway is going to cross 94. Are you just reassigning the money tonight, or are you also going to choose one of those 4 options?
Rob, can I suggest that you wait and watch the presentation? I think that will help to clarify what we're doing and why.
Okay.
But we don't know what we're gonna do until we get to the item. Because we
That's
don't
right.
have this all planned out.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can't predict what the board will do at that point.
Okay. My recommendation is that you make that a special meeting or a work session, because choosing one of those 4 options needs a lot of attention and a lot of discussion. And trying to do that tonight, I don't think is a good idea. I hope tonight is just reassigning the financing. I'd also like to highlight that there was no payments made this month to Mike Homier. And that's the first time that's happened in a long time. So thank you very much. We've already paid him more than $160,000. And then on the agenda item for the assignment of committee members, on page 3 of that document, the supervisor inserted a boxed in paragraph about how he will control his responsibilities in that policy. And while it's not as ideal as the clerk was hoping for, that is progress. And I hope tonight you are able to pass that policy and get that established. We've been asking for policies and procedures for years, and this is a great step forward. So please get that done tonight. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rob.
You said Nicole's next?
Nicole put her hand down. There is a Jonathan Greenberg. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hey, all, thanks. Welcome and all that other stuff. Hey, Kathy, thank you for going to the extra effort of working with our DDA to ensure they adhere to the DDA Open Meeting Act's requirements. Appreciate that very much. Will, still no report. I wish I had a job where I didn't have to turn in any work. That'd be great. Take care, everyone. Sorry about the pup.
Jonathan.
There is one more, Kathleen Brandt.
Hi, Kathleen Grant, Scio resident. I know you guys didn't think I was not going to say something. I just want to notice and encourage this collaboration of questions and answers to the public. It's really nice to ask a question, have an answer to it, versus silence. So I would strongly encourage you to continue doing that. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Kathleen.
That is it for remote.
Great, all right, so let's move on. We have approval of minutes. We have two sets of minutes. The first is the special meeting of January 9th. Are there any suggested corrections to the minutes from that special meeting? Seeing none, is someone prepared to move approval of the minutes as presented? Moved by Brazeau, support by Noel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those minutes are approved. The next set of minutes is for the regular meeting of January 9th. Are there any corrections to those? I have one correction. This is just really a clarification. On page 17 of the minutes, towards the bottom of the page, it says Hathaway said that budgeted versus actual amounts have been carefully reviewed. Excess ARPA funds were going to the road commission. And I would just clarify that we're going to the road commission projects approved by the board in December 2023.
I agree. It goes to the project that we approved.
Right. It sounds like we're just shoveling money
Right.
to the road commission otherwise. Which, you know, is not exactly the case. Are there any other corrections to those minutes? So is someone prepared to move approval of those, the regular meeting minutes from
Supported by Riser. Carries motion.
Carrie? So moved by Carrie, support by Riser. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those minutes are approved. That brings us to the consent agenda. Is someone prepared to move the consent agenda?
I would move it to adoption.
Moved by Riser,
Also.
support by Noel. Please call the roll.
For our rules of order, tonight we're starting with Noel. Noel? Yes. Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Carrie? Yes. Consent agenda adopted 6-0.
Okay, that brings us to reports. First report. Pete, you're up.
Good evening, Manager Parker, Board of Trustees. I have for you tonight a brief year-end report. I should have it up on the screen momentarily. Here we go. This really is just to talk about what we've done this year, some of the calls, numbers and expectations. To begin with, a total of 1,595 incidents were responded to last year. Of those, fires accounted for about just 3.5% of the calls. Building fires responded to 31, vehicle fires 15, and other fires 15. Total of 57 fires in 2023. That does include mutual aid fires. Rescue calls or medicals, about 45% of our calls, 714. Motor vehicle accidents, 113. 7% hazardous conditions calls, about 10% of our workload. Good intent calls, that could be like an open burning, or we get dispatched and canceled en route. That's about 18% of our calls. And fire alarms round out the last large number there at 115. That could be any type of fire alarm that we get that turns out not to be a fire, whether a smoke detector is activated by a cooking incident, whether a sprinkler head goes off due to being hit by something, or water freezes in a pipe, and when it thaws, we get a fire alarm. Again, 1,595 calls. This year, mutual aid requests, we requested mutual aid for 48 incidents and responded outside the community 59 times to help our neighbors. This year, switched the trend of the last few years where we received more mutual aid than we gave. This year, we actually gave more mutual aid than we received. Several significant incidents. December 15th, we assisted Dexter on a basement fire on Scully Road, provided a tanker and manpower. November 27th, structure fire that was reported out on Daleview Road. This fire actually burned a lot of contents in the laundry room. However, the door was closed and eventually snuffed the fire out. We went there, took a report and investigation. Unfortunately, the family lost a pet in that fire. Extrication call on Dexter, Ann Arbor near Miller Road. 3-vehicle accident. There were 3 people involved, one each driver of the vehicles. On 2 of those vehicles, people were ejected from the car, landed in various spots, one on the roadway, one in the ditch. 1 person had to be extricated. In this case, there was 1 person pronounced dead on scene. Another is still in serious condition. November 23rd, we assisted Chelsea on a structure fire on Glazer Road, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, tanker and manpower there. Most of these tanker responses are to areas where fire departments don't have the benefit of municipal water. We assisted Dexter on a barn fire in Huron River Drive, again, a tanker and manpower. October 15th, extrication call on Huron River Drive near the Dexter Huron Metro Park. Vehicle left the roadway at a high rate of speed. 1 occupant trapped in, 1 was removed quickly, transported to the hospital in critical condition. The second pronounced dead on scene. We then extricated the patient for the medical examiner. October 6th, structure fire on Scio Meadow Drive, damaged the home of a kitchen. Homeowner was home at the time. They were outside doing some work in the yard. Came in the house and noticed smoke. We got notified pretty quick between us and Dexter. We were able to put the fire out before it extended past the kitchen. This next section was just added to my report, so it doesn't appear in yours, but fire investigations. We investigated 36 fires in 2023, 23 of them structures, 11 vehicles, and 2 wildland brush fires. And our fire investigation team, primarily Skip Davis, assisted Ann Arbor City, Chelsea, the Michigan State Police, Salem Township, and Dexter on investigations. Response time data year to date, or sorry, year end, sorry. Total average response time, 10 minutes and 43 seconds. That's from the moment a resident calls 911 until we arrive on scene. There's a 2.25 minute, 2.5 minute call processing time, and the time from we get notified till we arrive on scene, just over 8 minutes. We look at our annual response comparison. 2021, 22, and 23, I would call probably pretty normal years. 2020 COVID year, which is kind of odd. But generally approximately 10% growth in call volume year over year. I would expect that to continue as the community grows and gets busier, and that follows trends in other communities. And lastly, calls per zone in 2021. Sorry, I've got to move the screen here. Zone 1, which is the north and east section of Scio, 357 calls. Zone 2, the south and east section, 607, and the west and northwest, 574. That being said, I would love to answer any questions the board may have about this report.
Thank you for your work on it. I'm looking at page 1 where the 1595 is kind of broken down.
Yes.
And with respect to the rigs that are going out there, like what are we using mostly? You know, what is the ambulance? Is it
So our primary rig is our fire engine. That is our primary rig. If I had 4 folks on duty every day, my minor medical calls would be handled by the rescue. Major medicals, car accidents handled by both.
So with respect to like the rescue, which I regard as an ambulance versus
Yep.
the fire engine, what precipitates sending one versus the other?
Severity of the call, really. If we have someone who, as an example, tripped and fell on a bike path and dislocated their ankle, that's a lower acuity call. So that would be a single, we'd be able to send our rescue alone. If we had somebody who was crossing Z Road and got struck by a car, we'd call that a high acuity call and send everybody. Does that help?
Yeah, which rig goes usually?
Lower acuity calls would be the rescue or the ambulance,
Okay,
and high acuity calls would be both.
okay, thanks.
And Chief, just please hit us over the head with it. Why does having 4 on staff drive which vehicle you'd send out?
So if I send 2 people out in the rescue, I've got 1 person in the fire engine, and it's not safe to drive a fire engine with 1 person in it.
Andy, is the reason you send both vehicles in high acuity just because we only have, I mean, if you had 2 ambulances, would you just normally just send 2 ambulances, those types of things?
So I would say the answer to that's no. Now, to step back, 80% of the time, we're only sending the engine because we've only got 3 people on duty. In those situations where I have 4 on duty, I would always send an engine as the second, because by sending 2 ambulances, if we were to have them, we would strip the township completely of any fire protection. So these guys, say for example, we go to, we're at Liberty and Wagner on a car accident. We have our rescue and our engine there, our ambulance and our engine there. And we have a fire come in. We're able to break free provided we've got that situation under control enough, and we can take that engine and go use that on a fire call. If we had 2 ambulances there, we wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, because of the people limitation.
Correct.
But if you had the people covered, then you'd still send 2 ambulances rather than, so let's assume you had 6 people.
Yep.
And you had 3 vehicles.
Yep.
Would you just send 2 ambulances at that juncture, or will it always be is there a reason to always send the fire truck versus an ambulance and a fire truck, or 2 ambulances?
People, if I had 6 people,
Yeah, negate the people factor, just
Yeah.
the vehicle factor.
we'd send ambulances up until we were depleted, and then send the engine. The engine would less calls that way.
Okay,
But the 6 is kind of more hypothetical. The kind of next step that we would need to fully staff station 1 would be 4 on duty.
Correct.
So with 4 on duty, would we then be using our rescue more?
Yeah, yes. So if we look at this data here, 714 medical calls, I'd say 100 to 150 of those, we'd send both. The remainder would be the ambulance only.
And that's just for ALS though.
Just basically support
Or
BLS.
basic, yeah, sorry.
Yep, we're
basic,
still
okay.
working with Huron Valley Ambulance as our paramedic provider.
And then if they're available, because they're short staffed as well.
Yes, they are.
And I just want to remind the board that we were able to buy that ambulance, which became our new rescue with the ARPA funding. We used about $250,000 for that.
Great investment, and it's, yeah.
No,
Oh.
I'm just nodding.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I wasn't sure how to judge your hand was.
No, my hand wasn't.
All right. Thank you very much, Chief.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to our Parks, Preserves, and Pathways report. Director Cohn.
Thanks. So the last report I was able to bring to the board was in October. So this report just covers between October and now. I had time now that we're in the winter and growing season is over to kind of look over the summer work that I reported about in October and bring some numbers to the board. So with the employment of 4 full-time seasonal staff this past summer, we got a lot done. Over 3 miles of new trails, some great research, and a lot of positive feedback from residents using the parks and preserves. We were able to thoroughly map all of the parks and preserves. This is important for safety and then also just for enjoyment. When people feel like they know where the trail is going, they're more likely to get out there and walk around for longer and enjoy the amenities. I included in the packet a couple examples of trail signage, and all 7 of the properties are mapped out at this point. On page 9 of my report, I included a log of the hours that went into maintaining and developing the parks and preserves. And page 10 includes the various tasks and their frequencies required for maintaining the properties during the growing season. So I kept these records in order to bring to all of you and show to the residents just how valuable it was to have 2 full-time stewards this past growing season. Really, every hour of their work went towards keeping the parks and preserves accessible and safe and beautiful. So you can see that stewards worked a total of 1,346.5 hours doing parks maintenance alone. So maintaining over 600 acres of property requires staff during the growing season. And I'm grateful that we had the opportunity to hire them on. And now we have the numbers and we see exactly what they were doing with each hour. And that's something that we can replicate now. to take care of the properties. And now we know when we acquire new properties, what that will mean in terms of staffing hours. So that is something that we should be budgeting for moving forward in the Parks, Preserves, and Pathways budget. I'll also add that the Van Curler Preserve parking lot construction is underway. This is our newest project in the parks realm. It's a 6-car parking lot to match the other parks. And Van Curler Preserve is a 90-acre preserve off of Joy Road. We also just got word from our MDNR grant coordinator that we should be expecting a reimbursement for roughly $200,000 back to the Parks, Preserves, and Pathways for a 2017 MDNR grant. And then my last update is that the PPP committee and myself have been going over the Parks, Preserves, and Pathways budget. And we have been having open discussion in our meetings about the different projects that we'll be taking on this upcoming fiscal year. And we look forward to hearing more from the Board of Trustees on those projects. With that, do you all have any questions regarding the report?
I would first like to say how grateful I am to you for how hard you worked to get that reimbursement from the MDNR. I know that was a lot of work over a long period of time. So that's quite an accomplishment.
Thanks.
Sorry, no, go ahead, or you can go. First of all, really nice report. Yeah, thank you. I do have a question. This, on page 10 of your report, there's a picture. It looks like a forked trail. Is that in Scio?
Yes, that is part of Scio Farms Trails, which is a new trail system that we developed this summer. It's accessible through the southernmost point of Scio Farms.
Okay.
And it is about a mile of walking trail that we built through various volunteer days with Scio Farms residents. Yeah, it's included there in your packet as one of the maps.
So is the whole trail, it looks like asphalt?
It's actually, that's bare earth.
It is, okay.
Yeah, just with the
I
leaves.
thought, we're not paving or,
No.
okay.
The leaf litter was freshly blown off there, so I
Oh,
see why you
nice.
think it kind of looks like asphalt.
Okay, good. It's really nice. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, that trail system is really heavily trafficked. It makes sense. There's a lot of homes right there with easy access to the trail system. It's a popular dog walking spot, running spot.
Oh, good. And there's dog waste bags or stations out there?
We don't currently have dog waste stations out there. We've
got some extra.
Pardon?
Don't we still have some extras in the garage?
I do have a lot of extras. I've been in conversation with their maintenance crew who are pretty supportive of the project. And so I'm kind of waiting to put up our kiosk, trash station, signage until we've had more conversation, just to make sure in terms of community organizing and communications, I want to make sure that I'm on the same page with everyone at Scio Farms.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions or comments?
Yeah, I just want to say great job. I really like the PPP regular growing season maintenance. This is a really nice document, and I want to encourage you and Brandon and Joyce, if you would work together and build on this, because what this is kind of like the beginning of kind of like standards for how we're gonna maintain. Like it's, I mean, one, it's a good work plan, but also it sets public expectations. And I want to make sure that if we set these, that we can keep them, make sure that we resource it properly. So just like, you know, Kevin clearing the pathway, you know, during the winter, it would be great to see this, build on this and kind of a year-round maintenance minimums. So that, and then we can, you know, consider it adopted as a board, but then we have something that we can point to where we can, you know, say what our expectations are, because I think as we do more, reasonably, there's an expectation that we continue to do it. But I also want to be able to set some limits about, you know, what parts we don't plow or how often we don't mow or things like that.
Yeah, definitely. In this document, I've shared with you the growing season document. My Excel sheet has various tabs, and I do have a winter season maintenance
Okay.
document that I chose not to share quite yet because ultimately I was able to create this, the growing season one, because we had enough staff to truly see
Right.
how long it took to get things done, and we were actually able to do everything that needed to be done. This winter with Kevin doing the zebra pathway, keeping that clear, which we've gotten compliments on. I've had phone calls just complimenting how the zebra pathway looks, which is awesome. Now that we have, similarly, now that we have additional staff and we can really be doing what we need to do to maintain, then I'll keep track and hopefully bring that to the board in my next presentation, how long that took.
Yeah, this is great.
Thanks.
Riser.
Yeah, thank you for the report. Thank you for these neat little new maps, Van Curler Preserve and Scio Farms Trails. And is it something that are there little maps, helpful maps like these for all of them? Or is that something that's in the works?
We mapped out every property. Yeah, the summer interns very diligently went out there, ground truthed it, which means they were walking with GPS device. So these trails are very accurate. And then they went through ArcGIS and made great maps, which I have been kind of spreading throughout the internet.
That's one of my next questions is like, so I'm on the website now, visit a park preserver pathway, and I'm wondering, you've got them listed alphabetically from Fox, Scio to Green Acres to all these. Are these cool little maps online yet?
I'm in the process of getting these maps on the website. They're currently, where we're at now is every park can be found through Apple Maps and Google Maps. If people use All Trails, these trails are on All Trails, which is a popular site people use to find hiking trails. Open Map is another spot online where they are currently. But there's a lot of spots that people go to find maps. I'm just trying to get them everywhere. And our website was a little lower on the priority list.
Oh, no, I
But
know.
it will get up there.
All in your time, I get it.
Also, there's paper versions of the maps at every kiosk, at every trailhead.
We did have someone stop by Township Hall today asking about access to Van Curler. Is the parking lot under construction usable at this point or no?
No,
Okay.
it's not usable at this point. And now that the ground's frozen, we'll probably have to wait till spring.
Okay, so the access at this point doesn't exist, or someone would have to park on the road, or?
I would say for safety reasons at this point, access doesn't exist.
And how's the tree fund recommendations coming along? Do you think that'll be part of your I'm sorry, I missed the meeting, but I didn't know if that was part of you projected to be part of the proposed budget for this year?
Yes. We have a working group, and we've been working for a few months, more than a few months, on creating a tree fund policy and implementation plan. And we'll be bringing the drafts of those documents to the next board meeting. That's our intention. Yeah.
There is a fund, the tree fund is part of your budget proposal.
Yes. For the tree fund, we have, yeah.
Mhm. And I do just want to flag for the board too, another kind of like tracking, pulling together a financial report of everything that was due from developers. We need to do the same for the tree fund too, because there still may be some outstanding monies due to us.
IOUs,
What?
some IOUs, so to speak.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we had some written reports that were sort of late arriving. Those are the newsletter report and the enforcement report and the planning commission report. We have with us our representative to the planning commission, Do you want to add anything? Are there any questions for trustee Riser?
No, I emailed it and, I don't know if Christie or Fran,
I put it in.
or someone will get it eventually to the packet if it's not already.
And clerk already has it.
I just had a question. The Baker Road, another area that has municipal water, but not municipal sewer.
Right.
So is this, I'm glad Brandon's here. Possible rezoning of residential parcels on west side of Baker, north of I-94. So are we to anticipate another proposal for a private wastewater treatment plant?
Not that I know of. I haven't, I think it's the Spicer and Ketzen. I don't know who they're selling to or for what purpose, but I don't know. I'm not aware of that.
What's likely to happen there? I don't know enough about it. I'm just asking what's likely. Does anybody know?
No, it's just in the beginning stages of
So
conversation, I believe.
what I can share, because I met with Spicer and Kat back in October, and they are now working together with Heritage Woods collectively to sell that property. I said, look, this is one of the cases where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And it is a 1 + 1 + 1 = 4 if you guys partner together, which they agreed. I said, you don't have to invite them over for Christmas dinner, but you guys should work together, which they all ironically are working, as I understand it last anyways, together. And I think the plan, Jessica, to your point, is to sell that commercially. They were gonna hire like one of the large commercial firms to go market that property. So like a Lowe's or a Walmart or, a large, maybe a box retailer was a target client, but I don't know if they've made any progress on that or not.
And would a store like that require sewer?
I think to your point,
I mean,
anything
right.
that's gonna be done is gonna require a sewer. I
Right.
think to your point.
No,
we should-
John's.
Right.
Lots of them.
I'm just stating that, again, in these conversations, we had, a contentious, precedent setting, never before, 4-3 votes to allow the first one in Scio Township. So I'm just saying, we need to get ahead of this and talk about what we want our policy to be on these.
How would you propose we do that? A work session.
Well, I think.
I want to hear first.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert in it, but I think that we need to talk about like the actual facilities. I think we need to talk with our utilities director. I think we need to talk with our environmental sustainability folks. And first decide, the pros and cons of these, and then look at our zoning ordinances and community wastewater treatment. But I just feel like, it's just, again, we're just so responsive. And I appreciate the heads up, John.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to do is give you.
No, for real, but if you kind of like, we've got a master plan that classifies it as mixed use highway commercial. I mean, it's gonna
Well,
come to the ZBA, it would,
This is something we can't control whether someone applies for rezoning or not. That's everyone's right to do.
correct,
And then once they do that, then it'll go through the necessary reviews with respect to our engineer. It'll go, I assume utilities. It'll also be reviewed by our Carlisle Wortman, our planning consultant. So all that will happen. And then it goes to the planning commission, and all those things, I assure you, will be raised by planning commission members.
well, yeah, the planning commission last time approved it, and this board approved it.
I didn't say they will or won't approve it.
I
I'm
know.
telling you, those issues will be
I understand,
discussed.
yeah,
But Jesse, you have a really good point. We need to sit down and figure out this whole on-site sewer.
yeah, I just don't wanna have
or
a
expansion,
repeat.
whatever.
Well, we need to have somebody who's an expert in sewer systems. So would that be Eagle or somebody like that? I mean, none of us, I'm assuming you know anything about
Brandon?
sewer systems. There's probably a lot to know.
Well, I think it's also just the vision of what we want to do. Where do we want developed? Do we want to expand our water sewer? Like, where do we want our district to be? I mean,
No, I-
why this whole area up Baker Road has been fraught, and we know that. We
Has
knew
been
that in the fraught,
Okay.
the master planning. The planning commission board had conversations about this when we passed the master plan, and this little strip of Baker it's been a problem.
Yeah, so I agree with you. What do you want to do with the property first, right? Or that strip of land? And if we're saying we're gonna develop it, great, then what are the alternatives for sewer? I think is where we're at. That makes sense.
Commercial.
But yeah, between Sloan Kingsley and Heritage Woods, I mean, it's been an issue.
Well, there's nothing we can do now about Heritage Woods.
No, I know, but I'm talking about our master plan.
Okay.
Well, other than that,
That-
we did agree, if we ever do put sewer in line, they
Yep.
will hook up to the
Right.
inline sewer. They did agree to that.
But you're talking about more comprehensive planning.
Yeah, being
When we
proactive,
Share ideas,
right,
have discussions.
right, with experts.
Isn't that the planning commission? Is that
No,
their role? It's not their role?
That's the
It's
board.
not, that's the board, and I think we could, I really think there's certain parts of our master plan we need to look at.
Yeah.
So let me just make sure I'm clear. So we, the board, developed the master plan, is that right?
No, the planning commission did, and they adopted it, and the board did not.
The planning commission
Supposed to go to
is
the
an
board.
advisory body to the board. The board makes the ultimate decision, as trustee Noel was pointing out.
Okay.
But we do rely on the planning commission to do a lot of the work of sorting through these kinds of issues and making recommendations to the board.
But this last master planning process was adopted by the planning commission. That had always been the practice here. It would normally be okay, except that there was conversation about how these Baker Road area things had gotten placed into the master plan. And Kathy and I were big proponents of bringing it to the board. We didn't make that happen.
If I remember correctly.
That,
So-
everything she's saying is correct.
What year was that?
It was 3 years ago? maybe?
21, something like that?
Yeah.
It's like,
It wasn't,
Didn't know,
a
like,
great
Baker Road
tail
was
end of the process.
Typically, the
Yeah.
board,
road back then.
the board can be the approving body or
Yeah, that would be.
or the planning commission can be the approving body, you guys. So we assumed the board was going to be the approving body because that had been discussed at the board table. And several of us were assuming that's how it was gonna go. And then we were informed that the planning commission had approved it. And it was like, what? What happened here? Why? When? And that was never totally clear. So I think this board has never had a comprehensive discussion about how do we want to deal with the community wastewater sewer systems. Pittsfield Township deals with them in a very different way from us. And I think that it would be beneficial for us to explore some of how they're doing it too. And we would need to involve our planner, I mean Laura Krebs or Doug or somebody, but
way, Jim.
yeah.
Should,
I know utility
what
director.
I might suggest, as a first step is to have our consultants pull together a memo on sort of what the options are for approaching the issue of wastewater treatment plants. And then we can sort of decide how we want to proceed after that.
But I think it's bigger than that.
Yeah,
I think it's where do we want municipal sewer in Scio Township and how many, where do we want to put the REUs and do we want to expand it or not?
and Baker Road is fraught because there were these two big projects that got added to the master plan. One was Heritage Woods, the other was Sloan Kingsley. These things got added. It was, as my 9-year-old would say, sus. And it got adopted. It's a problem.
All right, here's what I just suggest, start at the very top. Ultimately, first off, what do you want to do with the property and where? Maybe there's that properties and there's maybe other properties, Jessica, that I don't know about. But maybe to your point, step back and review the whole master plan in its totality.
Exactly.
And then start working your way down from there about, is it sewer? Is there water there? Do we have the right level of units? All those other things, but it's got to start at that high level first. And it sounds like the master plan. See, I thought the master plan was created 10 years ago or 20 years ago. I had no idea this was only 3 years ago.
Every 5 years, your community reviews its master plan, land use master plan. And the part of the problem in that instance, most recently, is that we were behind schedule, we were late, and we were trying to wrap it up. So when the board, when the planning commission approved it, it was already, I think, a year past due for being renewed. So there's a lot of issues. We can relitigate what happened. I didn't look at all my notes.
Yeah, I'm
Or I
not-
would have come prepared to
No,
discuss what happened back in
But say, do
21.
we have to wait every 5 years? Is there a rule? for
There
that?
are steps that you can take to amend your master plan. You don't have to wait till the 5-year mark. So that's another option. If this board decided that it wanted to make adjustments to the land use master plan, there's a process for doing so.
Or even part of it, like
Yeah.
Baker Road.
One of these
Exactly.
was the creation of an overlay district out there.
That's right.
And we're gonna be discussing potential creation of the Jackson Road overlay district here tonight.
Creation.
Well, it's in place. We're gonna be discussing the committee potentially. And
It's an update of an existing.
it is in place, yes. But a lot of us didn't realize with Baker Road that this overlay, was it the Gateway District?
It was a few people who met a couple times
Yeah, we didn't quite realize.
No
the
policy.
significance of it.
adopted, right?
You know, Pam Boyd's point, actually, talking about a priority that should happen for 2024, to me, it just seems like a master plan is it's called the master plan for a reason, right? It's the master plan. It seems like that should be a priority that everybody has done a lot of homework on. We more or less have buy-in from everybody, or at least input from everyone.
A lot of work went into it, I will say.
Agreed, but maybe things have changed, or it sounds like maybe some of the board wasn't totally informed. Is it just time to review it, reconsidering it? I wasn't here, so I'm just hearing all this information now, so I don't have a strong opinion.
Joyce, could we set something up for a Saturday workshop? Master plan workshop?
Before we jump ahead to a meeting, I would like to have some, research done and a report from our consultants. It just seems like, precipitous to sort of put the meeting before the horse. Let's have that information first and then determine what we want to do.
But I don't know what question I would ask a consultant at this point. It's kind of a broader, I mean, for me, I'm really interested in, we could reopen the whole master plan. We could take one section. I think that area that's been particularly fraught, be it with the, district, the water sewer district, we could look at that. We could look at Baker Road. I think we should all think about it, and one of us should bring something back to the board.
I was gonna suggest that people give their questions to township manager, and that way the township manager can sort of try and organize what the issues are, and whether there's a memo that we need from our consultants that would answer things like what other people do, what other communities do in terms of wastewater treatment plant reviews and approvals, policies. We could also get in the same document, what are our options in terms of modifications to the master plan?
I don't know what all that is until we go through.
Yeah, well, I think you're jumping, there's a whole, I think the point you're jumping here, I mean, the way methodically I would tackle this project, as me anyways, would be, okay, first off, let's look at the whole master plan. What are the areas of concern? Let's identify, get everybody's consensus. Like you may have some, you may have 3, Jessica might have 2, you might have 2. Make sure we all agree. Are these all the areas of concern? Then delineate what all those concerns are, see where there's crossover. Do we already have the answers to those? Do our own little homework. And then if we have questions that still remain, then you go maybe engage a consultant. But there's a lot of homework up front we could do first.
Okay, so start with the master
agree.
plan, everyone pull it out and review it and see what concerns you have. I would still suggest that we channel all of the questions.
Sure,
to
probably
township
choice. Yeah, that's fine. There's gonna be something.
Laura at
That'd be
the,
the central point. I just think methodically, that'd be a better way to tackle the issue.
Mhm.
That's all I'm suggesting.
you have a copy? You have a copy? You need a copy?
I do not have a copy.
We'll get you a copy.
It's on the
We'll have the
on the
chart.
website.
If the charge, that's okay.
Okay, well, if we might move on from reports.
Oh, no.
Oh, no,
Yeah, let's just go down the list, Will.
Could I add? Okay, for roads, WCRC is having a remote, what is it, a virtual instructional meeting regarding the Miller Zeeb roundabout. So that will be February 15th, I believe. I left my notes at home on my desk, so I'm sorry, but it's on WCRC's website, so this is pretty important. It's gonna take, from what I read, 10 weeks of construction that I believe begins this summer sometime, so that's gonna be blocked off. You need to know that too.
Oh, I do.
Okay. That's it.
Great, what's the date again?
February 15th, I believe it's Wednesday.
I'll find the
Was it-
info and share it out.
Yeah, it was in the Sun News and then I went to
Well, I
the
was-
website, but I left it at home.
Or may have a word as well, so we'll go down the list. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Okay. So, Board Flynn, do you have a report?
Sure, I just wanted a couple topics. One, I wanted to talk about the request from some of the representatives from the fire opposition group. Joyce was kind enough to let us know she'd been contacted by Jack Knowles, Larry Murdy, and John Boyle, who were members of the citizen committee, who opposed the increase in the fire and EMS services that went down resoundingly in November, and that they had suggested the idea of getting together for a subsequent meeting. I think Joyce, you had suggested that, which I think is a good idea.
Okay.
And I wanted to just suggest that we do that kind of in the same way that we did for the discussions regarding annexation. In that, you know, we just appoint a few reps to go have a conversation, come back, simple written report, and report to the board. I would think that the objective of meeting with them would just to kind of discuss ideas about how the township might fund the outstanding needs that we have for fire and EMS services. And I would suggest myself as a member of the Fire Services Guidance Committee from the beginning, Trustee Brazeau, Trustee Knoll, Manager Parker, and Chief Hood, to have a meeting, discuss ideas, and just see how we might come up with some ideas about how we can fully fund.
I would support that.
Yeah, that sound good?
Good, sure.
Okay.
Right? And your other item?
Oh, I had a question, 2 questions. One, township lobbying efforts, we're at about 6 months, 8 months in from when we met with GCSI. Yeah, it has. And one thing we talked about with them, and I'm reminded of this every time we pay that monthly bill to them. And, you know, I was on the fence about renewing their contract. Not because they're not valuable when we use them, but because we need to kind of use them strategically. And so I just wanted to remind us that we talked about kind of defining some kind of policy priorities for how we might use them. And just wanted to check in to see kind of in the last 6 months, have we used them much? I haven't. Has anybody else?
No, but I would like to talk with them more, you know, for roads and other projects that possibly we could find funding for.
Yeah.
But we've been, now that we have Chris Chang, I don't know why I said Parker, Joyce Parker, Chris Chang, that we, project manager, that we would be able to maybe utilize it's not GIS, it's GCIS.
GCSI.
GCSI, okay, one of them. But anyways,
Yeah.
So
Here-
Trustee Knoll and I were designated to be the points of contact with GCSI.
So how's it going?
It's going. Sometimes the communication from GCSI is last minute. But there has been communication between Will and I, so
Kind of what
And
policy priority?
Joyce has been involved in some of it too. She's been brought in the loop. Well, potentially Gelman issues, we, in general. And Will has looked at perhaps some other issues.
Well, the top priority has been trying to get funding from either the state or from the federal level for the fire department's capital needs. So both the second fire station and the equipment needs. And we've had a series of meetings with legislators. So we've had see Representative Reingens, Brabeck, Conlon and Senator Schenck have all each visited the fire station for a tour and sat down to talk with either the chief or the assistant chief, whoever was available. And we have some additional meetings that we're lining up with GCSI with a couple of committee chairs, including the chair of the House Appropriations Committee. Her name is Representative Whitwer from the Lansing area. And so those are imminent. We worked with GCSI on a application for federal grant funds, which unfortunately we did not make the cut, but it was, I think, a good exercise anyway, and it got us more in front of Congresswoman Dingell. So that's been, I think, the primary focus. One of the recent things that GCSI has advised is to, they know that our primary focus is meeting the needs of the fire department, the capital needs. But they said it's always good to have other issues that are important to the township that we can talk about that could potentially be candidates for funding. That's the thing that Kathy and I were working on in terms of Gelman. It's a little tricky though, because as we've had in other conversations, the Gelman needs, we're still aiming towards getting Gelman to pay for them rather than having the money come from the state, for example. That's proved to be a little bit tricky to figure out a capital request for that project.
And particularly right now, we're in the process of EPA involvement. And
Right.
we want them to take it over.
Right, it's an odd time to get
Yes,
state
yes.
funding. So Gelman and fire, I mean, I think we all agree those are top priorities for the township.
Yeah. So this is, I don't know, I feel like I'm kind of out of the loop right now regarding all of this. Shouldn't we have regular reports?
Well, that's what this is.
Okay, but how long has the conversation been going on?
In the past, a representative from GCSI has come to a board meeting maybe once every 4 to 6 months and given us an update.
So maybe we should ask them to
Yeah.
come next month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So our primary point of contact now is John Horford.
Don't know that either.
Well, so he's the person who's sometimes calling at the last minute, and I understand that makes it challenging. But part of what he's juggling is trying to schedule time with legislators, and sometimes you just grab what you can, in terms of time on a schedule with the legislator, because it's very challenging to pin them
We
down.
do spend nearly $40,000 a year on our
Yeah.
lobbyists. It's a lot of money. If we're gonna continue to have a lobbyist, we need to be strategic. And not to say, and thank you for your work on it, but we need to be more, I think we need to use them more to justify the cost, frankly.
You could be right.
But in any case, does that address the question for
Mhm.
now?
Yeah.
And you said you had 2 questions. Was there another one in addition to that?
No.
Oh, okay. Did you want to give any kind of update on Loch Alpine Sanitation Authority?
No, we're doing a lot of good work, had a great audit, implementing some new utility billing, improvements. The testing goes on, same status as before. The lead testing, again, not from the source, not from the pipes, likely from some of the indoor plumbing. We'll be revamping our bylaws for Loch Alpine, and also soon, Loch Alpine residents will be selecting a new rep for the authority.
Parks, Paths and Preserves Committee.
No, we just heard from Anna with a great report of what we're up to, what we've been doing, so thank you. In that regard.
Land Preservation.
Want to have, hopefully at the next meeting or thereafter, a second one after, a potential purchase of a conservation easement that we'll probably have to go into closed session to talk about, and then we'll be able to get out of that and vote on it in open session. So stay tuned for that.
And you gave your planning commission report in writing.
Yes.
And we had a good meeting recently with the sustainability task force and staff to review the action plan, the action items from that group. Gelman?
The only update I have is that several of us from CARD are attending a breakfast on Friday dealing with environmental contamination issues in Washington County. And the head of Eagle will be there. There will be a couple of scientists from Eagle there. And I don't know what the format of the discussion is going to be, but I'll be going to that.
We already sort of covered the township lobbying efforts. Roads Advisory Committee.
We meet February 7th at 6:30, and we are going through the special assessment policy packet. We're creating all of that. Eventually it will come in front of the board, and also for the next, not this year funding, but 2025, we're creating a road, kind of a pacer program, so we know which roads to have, to work on first, and then that's great, so on and so on. And hopefully we'll have a 3 to 5 year plan that we can lock in with. It helps the road commission when we work with our other two townships, I think Webster and Lima, or is it Lodi? They have a system, so yeah, we're gonna get up to speed. It'll be better. Okay, yeah, please, and we have a opening for road advisory committee. I think we have 2, so anybody interested in roads?
I thought you were scaling back
Thank
the
you.
size of the committee. Is that not the case?
Well, Bob Walsh has left to go to planning commission, so I think, do we just have one opening
You
then?
currently have 2 openings.
2 openings, okay,
We currently have 2.
2 then.
Well, it's a 9-person.
Once we pass this committee policy, sorry, not thing, then we will change whatever we need to in our resolution and bring it to the board. That's where we are, but we're still, Bob Walsh has gone to planning commission, so we have a seat.
So there's at least one opening.
And you're not allowed to be on it because you're on too many committees already.
I don't even use roads anymore.
You don't need them when you're
Yeah,
going.
so, well, that may have been, no.
Sidewalks for you, that's it.
That's
Right.
The pathways.
Okay, let's move on to the Transit and Bus Advisory Committee. And for that report, may I turn to you, Township Manager?
Oh, sure. So the Transit Bus Advisory Committee met last Friday, first time. And the membership on the committee include Jan Culberson, Kim Moore, Supervisor Hathaway, and myself. And we have technical support from SEMCOG and AATA, as well as Chris Chang, who will be working with me in terms of staffing that group. So I think we have a really good challenge ahead of us. The committee will be meeting at least every 2 weeks because of the short tenure for the committee. And the areas that are under review right now is the ridership, some research in reference to other communities, looking at benchmarking what we offer versus what other communities offer, evaluating other options that could be considered as part of this process. And basically putting together a report and a recommendation for the board, hopefully getting that recommendation to everyone by March 31st.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's great. Joyce, so your committee is looking at funding for the next, but also what we need and how much for the ask. Is there Jared Ledvina has been emailing for about a year now, and other people too in that area. and Dexter Ann Arbor Road and Wagner Road, and there is a bus stop. I drove by it a couple times and it's just kind of on the side and there's piled with snow. It's really bad. So with this funding, I know it's for the bus system itself, but is there, could we have some money for, or ask, I don't know how this works, because this is from an outside, contract, but, for bus stops or bus pads or
The shelters.
shelters and, yeah, that's outside of the DDA.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so, I think that's something that the committee can discuss. Whether it would be part of the millage or not, I think that's something that could be reviewed and considered. But, yeah, I think it's something that we can talk about. And I do have, emails that have been sent, to the township in reference to the concern that you've raised, and that information will be shared with the committee.
Okay, good. And then also after Heritage Woods is finished, maybe, yeah, going up into that corridor as well. We can talk about that with the master plan work session.
And the one that's near,
Woodhill?
track, yeah,
Woodview?
yeah, you're
Wood-
correct.
some-
Woodhill Group.
Right, it's either Scio, Wood or Arbor.
Thank you, Joyce. I
Thank
just
you.
wanna, remind the board, part of why March 31st is a target, is because if we wanna put something on the August ballot, the deadline for us to act is by May 14th. And if you recall, this is a much shorter process than the Fire Services Guidance Committee, which had much beefier report than I think we will need, from the Transit Committee, but still, there's a lot of research that goes into it. Then we'll have about 2 meetings to come up with good proposal language, have a hearing on it, and get it on the ballot for August, if that's our desire.
Thank you.
And I'd also just flag too, just like with fire, there may be interest from the community to form some sort of a group in support of continuing the bus service as well.
And just one other comment, we did talk about looking at community engagement to get a fairly good idea of what residents think about the service as it exists right now, and any improvements or changes that they'd like to see take place. So that'll be part of that report.
Thank you.
And your regular township manager report is.
Oh, no report tonight.
Okay. All right,
Thank
let's.
you.
I'm glad I remembered. Okay, let's move on to new business. We're skipping over unfinished business for the moment. The first item is K1. This is the OHM Engineering Services for service line identification. And this is a agenda item prepared by our utilities director, so I'll turn it over to you.
Well, good evening. With submittal of this request, I did submit a report to give you guys a understanding of the background on it. No problem. So for others, just a brief overview of it. In 2020, Scio Township submitted a report to Eagle stating that we had a certain amount of service lines and those were all copper. From that, we were supposed to do investigatory work into our records that we had on hand and complete a complete service line distribution list with what exactly those service line materials were based off of our records. That work hasn't been completed yet. We have very limited records on hand to show that information. So currently, the proposal is to have OHM help us collect all that information, make a report, provide us the information so that I can send it over to Eagle. The timeline for this to be completed is August 16th of this coming fiscal year. So it's imperative that we act quickly. We were supposed to have until the end of next fiscal year, but new guidelines were updated through the EPA, which shortened it even more. So considering the timeline, OHM, from my understanding with talking to them, started working with us in close to 99. And they have done a good job recording records on PDFs for as-built and different jobs that were done. So they'll have a lot of the information that we need on a PDF. It's just a lot of man hours to go through them. And then outside of that, they got to dive into our files here and see what they can get together to get all the information prior to them assisting us with the work. And then also part of the work, due to our ordinance that was established in 85, according to Eagle, anything prior to 1989, you cannot use as-built or any records of that in order to verify your information. Anything prior to 89, it had to be your city ordinance that stated that it had to be copper only. Our ordinance stated it had to be copper from main to curb, but it did not specify from curb to house. In this report that we're doing, we're responsible for knowing what is from the curb to the house. So anything prior to 1989, we will have to physically identify 20% of those addresses and make sure that it correlates with the information that we have on record. If that information, is the same as what we have in our records, we won't have to do any further investigatory work on that group of service lines.
Like it's random check 20%, see if it's accurate.
Correct. Yeah. Hopefully we do have good records for anything that was put in.
Ask for lead in those places? How do we know whether there's lead from curb to house?
Physical verification.
Dig it up?
Correct. In a sense, so in a later proposal, we'll have a sewer cleaning and TV and contract that comes to the board for you guys' approval, or in that will be a separate line item for them to help pothole on either side of the curb box in order for us to physically identify those service lines.
Hopefully we won't have to get there if the 20% is good.
Agreed. I don't suspect us to find any lead in the system. There could be galvanized, but as long as it wasn't once connected to lead, well, we won't have to replace any of that line material.
Thank you.
Yep. So due to the timeline and due to OHM having expertise in Scio Township and having a lot of the records on hand, I believe it's very critical that we act as quickly as possible and get OHM to help us out.
Matt, you can't, I don't know if you can see him over your shoulder, but.
I could, yeah. Matt, would you like to go over your proposal?
Yeah, just real briefly. I think you did a really good job outlining it. So in your packet, you should have a proposal dated January 17th. Really what this is task 1 and 2 is really just as needed services. Brandon mentioned, we became the township's primary engineering consultant in about 2000 era. And since we've been involved, we've been keeping record data, inspection daily reports, shop drawings. We've archived everything and done a pretty good job of not throwing those all away. Our record retention policy at OHM is 7 years, but luckily we have a pretty big basement, so we haven't gotten rid of anything, and we've done a pretty good job scanning all of those things. And we've on top of that kept the paper. So a little redundant, but we have a lot of records. It's what happened previous to 99. So we're going to rely on what Brandon and his staff can pull together. And then like Brandon suggested, it's just a lot of man hours of searching through and looking for the appropriate letters. So with any luck, and I agree with him, there's probably little to no lead in Scio whatsoever, but that's not good enough for Eagle. They want verification, they want evidence, they want proof. So we're going to do our best to get the number of unknowns down as much as possible. Another thing we're probably going to need to do as part of this budget is sit down with the building department and see if they have records on their inspection, because there's a time where we would only watch up to the curb stop, and then the building department would take over from the curb stop to the house and as the meter's set. So the combination of all the different resources that we have, pulling it together to make the physical verification number as small as possible will really pay dividends. So this is due diligence that needs to happen. Brandon, having the background in lead and copper, and stepping into this position was really astute to understanding the problem, making sure that he was responsive to Eagle, and these are things that frankly we thought were reported on. But the more we dug into it, the more we realized that this hadn't been done. Scio is not the only community. Every community right now is racing towards this August deadline. It was an October deadline, then they moved it up. So this is a big deal for everybody, not just Scio. So the good news is Scio's pretty new in terms of water system. So good news is you're probably not going to find lead, and you're not going to have to spend, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars on lead service replacement. This is just one of those things where you're checking a box and you're making sure everything's clean and that there's proof on file for it. So this proposal is truly as needed. If we get to a situation where we're coming up against our budget, we can work with Scio Township and Brandon's staff to continue the endeavor. But I feel pretty confident based on our archive and what Brandon's able to pull together, we'll be able to get Scio where it needs to be within this budget. There's a couple optional tasks that are, I think, optional. That's why we wrote them that way. I think if we decide we need them, we can always come back to the board later, or Brandon can come to the board and request those things. I don't really see anything other than task 1 and 2, and then the GIS effort as being necessary at this time.
So that's my question. Task 1 and 2 is 49.5. Task 3 is priced at 3,500. So Brandon and Matt, which of these tasks are you recommending we approve tonight?
I'm recommending that we approve task 1 and 2, and then the optional task 3, since how part of, yeah, 1, 2, and 3, yes, is what I recommend.
So we should increase the number that we're authorizing to.
No, it should be in there.
Sorry,
Yeah.
No, it'd be 53. Be 49.5.
53,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is what we realized this morning.
Oh, I didn't put the right number in there.
I may have done it.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
sometimes I'm putting together the motions on
Yeah.
when they're overlooked.
Just because we are collectively as a team here moving towards putting records on GIS for the ease of navigating through it. They're gonna be scanning these. I mean, most of their records are already scanned, so they'll be scanning our records here. And so
The water. and
all the
sewer
ones that they gotta
documentation.
look at in order to find the information that they need to help with this report, they'll be scanning at that time. And then they will make this layer for us to be able to look at in the future and add to on GIS. And I'm sure based off this layer, we'll be able to get more information. We'll be able to be added to it down the road. It's just, this is the starting point for it.
I have a motion.
Matt,
Well,
I have a
there were a couple of
comment.
comments. I saw trustee Knowles hand first.
Yeah, I just had a question on your optional task 5. The need to physically excavate a portion of the service lines. How many would that involve? About, do you have any idea, and where would they be?
So it's gonna be in the oldest part of the system. So the system started in 1985. The water mains grew out from that general area. So they will focus on, I mean, first of all, they already have their own GIS, which is great. So we already know exactly what age the water mains are. So they can particularly focus on that area. It's just also being able to physically verify the records along with it. So they know exactly what area to focus on, our oldest water mains. Once they go through all that information, hopefully we have all the records. But just, we can verify anything before 1989. We gotta compile a list. Hopefully, I don't have the wildest clue. I'm gonna guess that it's less than 300 complete addresses between those 2 dates. I could be off a little bit, but then we only have to verify 20% of those. As long as that 20% matches up with what we have, we're good.
When you excavate, what do you excavate?
So we'll be hopefully hydro excavating. So there's a shut off box, and we'll be required to hydro excavate 3 feet on each side of that curb stop. That will give us the information that is between the water main and the shut off. and then the shut off into the house. And then part of the verification that is required is to also go inside the house. And it's called the riser. It's where it comes out of the ground or the side of the wall. It's about a foot. Usually we gotta verify that that material is consistent with what we're finding from outside. Because at some point in time, in different places, repairs were made and it changes a component from what you're matching outside to what you're matching inside. So if you don't do both steps, you can miss something. So those are the three that will be required to identify when we do that 20%.
Will it require what? Digging up a lawn?
No, so hydro excavating is basically like a big vacuum. You use a bunch of water and the tube sucks up a 6-inch hole and they go down 5 feet. Then you just expand that hole, that, I don't know, like a 6-inch diameter hole, 3 feet long. Shine a light down there, verify what the material is and do that on both sides of the box. Then you just backfill it with sand and dirt, retopsoil it, reseed it. And make sure we maintain it appropriately, so that customers left happy. In the event that it's in concrete, asphalt, then we gotta make the appropriate repair in that, at that, point as well. Sometimes, you know, sidewalks have to be taken up in order to do this verification. So hopefully, I mean, again, I think Matt's point is, I come from city of Flint where millions and millions and millions of dollars were spent on this. We're looking at a very, very low number to complete this work. There was in early 2020 and even so more recently, but definitely in 2020, there was a lot of funds, a lot of grants to help pay for this, that unfortunately just wasn't taken advantage of. So given all that, we are still very, very lucky with what we could, you know, be spending out of pocket. I think we're gonna be very, very lucky compared to what could have happened.
Go begin with the uplands.
So question on timeline. It looks like the documents for the excavation verifications will be done by spring. And then the final submission of the report by October. If we needed to do task 4 and 5, does that happen in the interim? Or
So-
subsequent to October?
So, everything's gotta be done as fast as possible. Let's put it that way.
Right.
So as fast as OHM can get started, they're gonna start gathering the information. They're gonna give us information on where we need to go to focus on all the lines that are before 89. We will go in there and physically verify those inside the house. As soon as we get that list, I can compile an Excel spreadsheet, or HM will help us with this. You randomize it, you pull the top 20 addresses. And then again, we would get with our sewer contractor. Part of that contract will be for them to help us hydro excavate. So again, as soon as we can get all this work done, the easier it's gonna be to give that information back to OHM so they compile it in their Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, so is that task 4, whether or not it's OHM, or it sounds like our team could do it, that's happening concurrently with the compilation of the documents, is that correct?
Correct. Yep. Again, as soon as they can give us that information, exactly what houses we need to physically verify, they'll give that to us and I'll have my team start. I'm sure I'll send out a letter to those residents, let them know that we'll be knocking on doors to get in there. We might have to set up appointments,
Right.
could do pictures, all that kind of stuff in order to make sure that we're getting an accurate account of what the material is. We'll in turn send those 300 addresses or whatever it may be back to OHM with what we found. As well as working with a sewer contractor to do the physical verification outside. I'll compile that information and send it to OHM as well.
Okay, and that sewer contractor, when will is that something that'll come before the board too?
Yeah, so That was supposed to be on tonight's. I talked with Joyce about it. We're reconfiguring some things that will be brought to hopefully the next meeting for you guys to look at. And all that work would just be budgeted for to start in the next fiscal year. A little bit of cost might be associated with OHM's services on this fiscal year's budget, but we have money there to accommodate it for, but most of it will be next fiscal year.
So how much is this again?
53,000.
Oh, it is 50, okay, and this is for all 5 options?
No, for the first 3.
Tasks 1, 2, and 3.
Trustee Riser, were you ready to make a motion?
Yes, I move to approve OHM services for service line identification, comma, as set forth in tasks 1, 2, and 3 of OHM's January 17th, 24 proposal, comma, not to exceed $53,000.
I'll second that.
So moved by Riser, support by Carrie.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So please call the roll.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brazo?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Motion adopted 6-0. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you. I'll just stay here.
Yep, you're on the next one too. So the next item is the Z Road pathway update and reassignment of funds. This is Anna's agenda item, and OHM is here to present. And Matt, I understand you also have with you Mark.
Yeah, if you, or I don't know if that's Chris back there operating the virtual, but if you guys could promote Mark Locke to a panelist, that would be great.
Kevin Jeffrey, debuting on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
His debut performance.
He's doing a good job.
Yes.
Thank
Great,
you.
so Matt, I'll turn it over to OHM for starters, just to kind of set the scene, and then I'll go ahead with the recommendation.
Okay, great. And just to verify, the board has printed copies of our PowerPoint that I'm gonna share.
Yep, and they're online for the public as well.
Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Let me know if you can see that.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so real quick, you guys know me, Township Engineer, Matt Parks with OHM. With me, I have Mark Locke. Mark's been involved with Scio quite a bit. He's a transportation engineer, he's senior project manager, 30 years of experience at OHM. He's been involved in the Jackson Road phase 1, 3, and 4, I believe. He's been involved in some of the studies, and some of the other road commission works within Scio Township. And he's somebody that I brought on board in particular for the Z Road phase 6, which we'll get into a little bit tonight, and phase 5. The objective tonight is just to tell you guys the story of Z Road and how we got here and kind of what's left. There's some funding questions and some action I think that is on the agenda for you guys to talk about. But really, what I want to do is just have some candid dialogue, go through this presentation, but really leave time and room for some questions, because this has been quite the journey and project that you guys have started on, and Z Road being kind of that north-south connector to the border has been a priority for a really long time. So with that, I'll move along and kind of just wanted to revisit kind of what's built to date. And most of you are familiar, a lot of you have walked this and spent time on it, but you can see the different phases. And phase 1 started probably darn near 8-9 years ago, was built with the boardwalk out front of Township Hall. There was a couple of like hopscotches where we filled in some property where we had easements, and then we came back and filled in with phase 2 where we didn't. And phase 1 and 2 got us up to Dexter Ann Arbor Road about 4 or 5 years ago. More recently, we've done phase 3, which took us across Dexter Ann Arbor Road and across the Wing Farm, across Miller Road, and then most recently, and the project just finished up about 12 months ago, was phase 4, which gets us almost to Peters Road, and it currently dead ends. As you know, border to border has been moving in parallel. It's called segment D3, is under construction and basically runs across Zeeb along here on River Drive. And the ultimate goal is really just to kind of connect those pieces. So phases 1 through 4 completed. Phase 5, we've done preliminary engineering on. We'll present kind of our findings and where we're at with that tonight. And then, oddly enough, and just to really confuse everybody, phase 6 is also something that was identified. That is actually south of phase 1 and is kind of honed in and focused on improvements to the bridge over I-94. So phase 5, I mentioned, kind of starts up where phase 4 ended, south of Peters Road. It's a challenging section. That soup to nuts, this piece of pathway has everything you could imagine, with complexities and just challenges. We start off by crossing a pretty big drainage course that has a pretty steep ravine, and we transverse a very steep driveway, followed by a very large retaining wall that's going to be necessary to stabilize the big hill that abuts that private property in this area. And then as we move towards Peters Road, that's probably the easiest section, crossing Peters. And then, of course, we have a crossing of the Huron River, which is a pedestrian bridge that has a lot of its own environmental and physical challenges on its own. After we cross that, we're met immediately by a pretty sharp turn of Zeeb Road with limited right of way, a river embankment, and we move into the formerly known as the Sweepster property, which I call it, where we kind of cross the southerly driveway and kind of do almost like a switchback motion with the path, with another retaining wall. And then, just to put the cherry on top of all the challenges, we have an Amtrak MDOT crossing there. So before we tie into the border to border. So not a lot of length, but a lot of cost and a lot of challenges from a design standpoint and just a physical standpoint. So Mark, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Just the connection to the park.
Yeah.
That's something that the county wanted. We feel like a lot of people will be parking over in the park and wanting to get to the pathway. It's a tough area to cross the road there, and being in a curve. Site visibility is very important there. So we're working on trying to find the best location that we can get people from the parking lot to the pathway.
Yeah, as part of the preliminary engineering too, we established an alignment. We met and walked with the township, Anna and others multiple times. Roy Townsend joined a couple times and gave feedback as well, which was extremely appreciated. And then we did submit a set of plans to the road commission just to get their preliminary thoughts and ideas. And one of the things that they mentioned was, we really can't ignore that county park there, because if we do, people are going to create their own way across. So that's something they're expecting the township to at least think about and address with this. We've identified easements, and I know those discussions have begun, and hopefully won't be that challenging. But as always, easements are necessary, and we've had some preliminary discussions with the property owners, and I think pretty much they're receptive, but there's the finer details need to be worked out. So that's phase 5. And we have some numbers and things to share on that. And I'm happy to answer questions regarding phase 5. Kind of giving you a bird's eye view of kind of the Sweepster area there. There's the river would be on the right-hand side of that photo. And we kind of did an artist rendering where they'd be switchbacking up the southern side of that southerly driveway, crossing, switchback with a small retaining wall, on the north and then crossing their other parking lot and then coming back around the railroad track. So just kind of giving a visual of kind of that complicated, challenging area.
Matt, do you want to have questions on this phase
Let's do
first
phase
and
five.
then talk about phase 6?
Yeah, let's.
Sure.
talk about it.
Okay, so I think Clerk Flintoff, you were first and then Trustee Carey.
Yeah, I just had a question, Matt. So phase 5, thanks for explaining that picture. I didn't immediately understand that picture of the Sweepsters property, so thank you. The slide before, to connect to the county park makes sense. When you talk about easements and possibilities, does that mean how do you get to the other side? I mean, what are the options?
Options would be a mid-block crossing, potentially at Peters Road. We could look at crossing Zeeb closer to the train tracks. You could do something, you know, right after the bridge, but with that site distance, and with that, the grade change, it makes it extra challenging. So, we would need to talk to the county, talk to the road commission, especially. They're going to be key in that discussion. But overall, I think they want us to at least, whether or not it's the township's job to plan and construct it, I think they at least want a picture of making sure that this pathway doesn't preclude some kind of an improvement to doing that. There could be some potential assistance from the county, depending on what that looks like. Because I already know, you know, phase 5 is a pretty heavy lift financially as it is. But Mark, I don't know if you've gotten any deeper, that would be more explored during final engineering, I believe.
Yeah, whatever we would do, Matt, as you mentioned, you know, obviously it's an unsignalized crossing. So there are some advanced treatments we can put in both the north and south directions to warn motorists that there is a pedestrian crossing from one side to the other coming up. We call it a rapid flashing beacon, where you could have lights, or maybe actuated where you could push a button and lights would flash and warn drivers in each direction that there is a crossing. But I think what we were looking at, it was just, if you look, Matt, right just north of that park driveway, right near the end of radius there of that park, right there, right in there. There's a lot of trees there now. Some of those trees would come down in the construction of the bridge. So those trees would no longer be a site issue, but the bridge itself may be a site issue from especially the northbound traffic being able to see somebody crossing. So we'd have to look at all that. But if you put the crossing too far away, people may, you know, they're going to take the shortest course and they may just cross at the non-legal crossing point, if you will. So the closer we can put it to that driveway, I think the better it will be.
And one quick follow-up, just basic question. Why can't the path be on the west side of Seed when you get past Seed, Peters? I'm sure there's a great answer to that. I just want to understand why the pathway isn't on the west side where the park is.
Right away.
It has to do with the grade. There's a lot of grade going through there. And the reason we have that switchback on Sweepsters is solely due to the grade of the path and having to meet the slopes required to make that an ADA compliant path. So if we went on the other side, that grade is really steep on that side.
10%.
I was gonna say,
Higher on the east side than it is the west, though.
Because we wouldn't want, I mean, we want it to be accessible. We don't want a big staircase or something.
yeah, the grades from the park up to the railroad tracks are challenging, and then the crossing of the railroad tracks is really important too. There's only a certain area where you're allowed to cross, and being as close and tight to Zeeb as possible, and giving yourself that grade so you can meet ADA and AASHTO design requirements. The east side gives us that advantage. Also, if you can picture Zeeb Road during phase 4, phase 3, it's a big long hill down to the river. And really there's not a lot of sight distance, and it's never good to have a mid-block unsignalized crossing of your main pathway. You can have a spur off, or for people using the path, 99% of the people using this path are probably just trying to get to the border to border and not necessarily access that park. We do envision, however, people might park there and then jump on the Scio pathway, zebra
Absolutely.
pathway, and then onto the border to border. So either way, there's some challenges there. You know, we're definitely cognizant of it, and it's something that's gonna have to be looked into.
Matt,
Riser?
Matt, can you put your cursor where the park is? Like, can
It's
you?
Burns Stokes.
That thing right there.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So we have to, it sounds like we're going to be expected to engineer for access, but not construct it. Or just, in other words, we have to be cognizant that they're gonna want a safe access to it whenever they get around to engineering it and funding it, if they do.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, if it's just some paint stripes and a little bit of extra pathway, then obviously we would be happy to accommodate. But if it becomes a little bit more complicated, I think there's some conversation with county parks where we're going to have to accommodate our design and accept that connection, but not necessarily build it. Now the question becomes, will the road commission permit it without it being constructed? And that's where, you know, we're going to have to sit down with the folks at the county parks, you know, and obviously you guys have a great resource with Roy and, you know, we can talk to Peter Sanderson and other folks over there and see what we can do. But I imagine they would be willing and happy to work with us because that park is, I mean, if you can see from the picture, there's 4 or 5 cars parked there and that's pretty much full lot. There's not very many places to park. And oftentimes I pull in and there's only 1 or 2 parking spaces left. Once this trail gets built, I imagine it's going to be pretty full all the time.
Trustee Brazeau?
Yeah, so a couple of comments. So I've probably gone down this trail 1,000 times, literally, probably five times a week, sometimes 10 times a week. So I know that intimately well. So a couple comments. One, the only reason I ever see people park there generally is because they want to grab their kayak or something. They want to put it in the water.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a lot of other options now with the trail connected, where somebody just, they want to hop on the trail, they can park their car at other locations. There's one just up Zia Road with the other drop off, and there's multiple ones on the trail to trail. So I think to your point, and also at 5 o'clock, that thing backs up like crazy. So, I mean, any kind of pedestrian crossing there seems to me would be dangerous at best. I mean, just because of the traffic and people are in a hurry, it's 5 o'clock, they want to get home, or it's in the morning, you know how that goes. They're not gonna be paying attention. People taking their boats out, people are looking at their boats, if they're in a bathing suit. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. I see a lot of people getting distracted. So I'm just worried. I see a lot of downside. I don't see a lot of upside. To your point, for 4 spaces or 5 spaces, why we're doing this lift.
Yeah. And honestly, to your point, Trustee Brazeau, we're really trying to keep to the scope that the township authorized us for, which is preliminary engineering of Z pathway phase 5 and connecting to the border to the border. This was brought up by the road commission as something we have to at least be aware of and cognizant of. But I also think that almost is its own project and its own thing to tackle. And it could be something where the township says, that's great, let's engage county parks and have them look at it.
Yeah, let them go fund that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you got a lot of work right there. Just that right there looks like an incredible.
It is
7-figure number is what I'm thinking in my head when I first look at that, but
it is. And I respect that 100%. And the scope creep on this, I don't necessarily think it's the township's responsibility to fund. So I totally agree with you. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that we had already, because it was part of our preliminary engineering scope, that we would meet with other agencies, permitting agencies, get their feedback. So we have talked to Eagle, we have talked to the county, we have talked to the road commission, we have talked to MDOT and the rail crossing. We're fully aware of what's needed to permit the project. And that was one of the things that came to us as, hey, think about this. But it's, in terms of the purple line that you see, basically the road commission was good with the alignment as proposed, which is 95% of the battle with them. It's just a matter of getting the detail on there and taking the preliminary information that we received. We did do soil borings, we did do full topo survey, and we have the preliminary alignment. So, I mean, if you want to call us 30 to 35% complete, that's pretty much where we're at today. as it stands. So,
So
and
any feel,
we're not,
any feel for, I mean, again, I'm just looking at this, it feels like it's a million something. Is there any kind of number that's been thrown out of what?
It's in the agenda.
I cannot
Okay.
let you steal my thunder yet, sir.
But,
Sorry,
but
sorry.
Matt, I would say, I think this is really important, and I've wondered about that part, because every time I go by, I agree, it's dangerous, it gets
Oh,
more
yeah,
busy.
this is 2.5.
You know, this is the conceptual engineering stage, like, this is the time that we need to talk about this. I mean,
Yep.
you know, I think whose responsibility it is to pay for is a secondary conversation, but you know, we are building a pathway right next to a park across a busy road, like, I mean, we gotta figure this out. Either the park, you know, goes away, they're not gonna abolish the park, I mean, that's one option. You know, abolish the park, but I don't think they're gonna do that. The park's gonna be there, and we're gonna have safety issues, crowding issues,
Yeah.
other things. I do think it's, yeah, it's a parking lot. And I do think it's in the township's interest to figure this out. I'm not saying it needs to hold things up, but I don't think we should put it off or say it's somebody else's problem if we want this all to be integrated.
Oh,
Because it
100%,
is-
yeah.
Because until I looked at this map, you know, because I always kind of wondered, oh, I wonder how that little park's gonna fit in to it, you know, and right now it looks like we still don't know.
It's been $1 million for 4 parking spots. I mean, what's that gonna cost if you decide you really want an overhead bridge? Where's that gonna go?
Oh,
We're gonna
no.
end up-
So
Well, yeah,
that's what I'm
and
just saying.
I know.
Let's stop it now. I agree with Jess. Let's address it now before we start, just so there's.
Yeah, so that there's something that makes sense with the park, having a pathway. If we're gonna build a pathway on the opposite side of a park, I mean, we need to reconcile that.
Yeah, and I think Mark's right on with, you know, there's finding the location is something that I feel like our staff and road commission can figure out a happy medium, but like you're probably looking at like a center island rapid flashing beacon with some advanced signage and striping. So I mean, this isn't insurmountable by any means, but it's just a very unique intersection with the hill, the driveways, and the curve.
Yep.
And the bridge. There's a lot of distractions. So it's important that it's done right. The good news is, you know, you got the train tracks. You know, the pathway is going to change the dynamic of this area. You're going to get a lot of cyclists. So I think, and coming off the border to border too, which really isn't being fully utilized until all the other phases are built. This is gonna be a biking haven. You know, there's just gonna be a lot of pedestrian, bike, walking traffic in this area. So I think just not only looking at this purple phase 5 that's shown, but I mean, just for the whole area, I mean, the speeds on Zeeb Road can be pretty fast. And that's why, you know, I've heard the comments from the bikers and other people saying pathways, you know, you can bike on the road, but you know, being a dad with small kids who like to ride bikes, it's just this pathway is really a game changer. It takes the bikes off the road. It definitely introduces children to being able to bike and explore the area, and it's safe. If you're a seasoned veteran cyclist and you want to ride on the road, great. But for the average family, kid, person, this pathway gives a lot of people a lot of opportunity. So safety is 100% one of our most the things that we're thinking about the most as this last phase kind of falls into place. So anyway,
Let's start talking about the money.
Should we shift to the next part of your presentation?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I'm
this
so-
is.
I'm sorry, wait, was there another question?
Okay, I could have missed something, but during the summer, people park in the county to, they can go back in the woods and they go into the river. There's a spot. Did we already talk about this and I missed it?
Yeah.
But, you know, I just see people, they're gonna park in, Sweester or Stanley or whatever it's called. So what are we gonna do about that? Or is there a way that we could purchase some of that?
Yeah, easement.
Yeah,
Oh, is that, did I miss this
No.
We
conversation?
did not talk about.
that's a great question.
That has come up in discussions, but
Mhm.
it hasn't been part of the discussion with Sweepster yet.
Well, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna manage all the people we're attracting to this area?
Yeah, because
I mean, that's our responsibility, right?
they park along the road already.
If we're gonna build it,
I'm having a little anxiety attack over this because I can just see people getting hit, you know.
Yeah, yeah, it makes me very nervous.
Yeah.
One of the ideas that was discussed earlier in this project was seeking some of the parking area from the folks at Sweepster, either through easement or through some kind of purchase near the entry there.
Right.
We do have trailheads right off the Zebra Road pathway. There are multiple trailheads, not including Brent Stokes parking lot. So there's the Marshall Park parking lot is not too far away. And then up further on the B2B, there are trailheads. So in our conversations, we have talked about that being an option, another trailhead in Sweepster, if they would be open to that. But we've also spoken about how it's not necessarily necessary looking at all of the other trailhead options.
Yeah, perfectly said, Anna. I agree. Marshall, and then the B2B trailheads are really where people are gonna focus on. You know, obviously you're gonna have some kind of a signage or identification kiosk or something to let people know when they're getting off the B2B and on the Zebra Road pathway, but there's plenty of options. So
We're actually sitting at one of the trailheads right now.
Yep. So phase 6, just to kind of keep things moving along, because there'll be plenty of more time for questions. Phase 6, so we mentioned early on, we did a study. There was a $40-some thousand study that the township authorized OHM for. And the reason why we did the study and not a full-blown design is we had some concerns about scoping this because we knew the complexity with the bridge. And we knew before we could just scope a design, and I will kind of fast forward a little bit. Kind of, we had this vision, and not just us, but I think Carla Wortman put together some things. So very similar to Saline and Arbor Road, or what they just did in Ypsilanti over Huron Street, where there's a barrier wall and some fencing and some lighting just to make it more pedestrian friendly. That was kind of looked at as being a potential project. And that really the key with that is just to enhance and make the experience of walking from Township Hall area, Metzger's area down to Jackson Road. If you've ever walked that recently, and Anna has, I have, Mark has, we all have, it's not an enjoyable, pleasant walk. So before really scoping this whole thing out, we knew MDOT was a key player because they own the bridge, and Road Commission owns either side of the bridge, and we knew there were some challenges. So I'll pass the baton to Mark because he led this study. And I have, just to remind the board, I think this came up in a previous board report, and I jumped in and gave you guys like a quick overview, but I'm not sure if you remember that. That was back before the holidays, probably October, November timeframe, but we'll kind of try to put a bow around this one too, so you understand some of the outcomes of it.
Okay. Yeah. Can you flip to the next picture, Matt?
Yep.
So as Matt was mentioning, on the left, we see the existing condition. You can see the narrow sidewalk there on the west side of the bridge. It's a 5-foot sidewalk, certainly difficult for two bikers to pass each other on the bridge. The railing's not that high. If you're on a bike, you could almost envision someone tumbling over that railing. So it's certainly in need of some type of safety improvements. As Matt mentioned, our goal would be to do something like on the right side of your screen. We get a fence on that bridge to protect the bicyclists. And the main key was trying to get a barrier wall between the traffic and the walkers or the bikers. In order to do that, Zebra Road is a fast road, 45 miles an hour. We have to anchor that barrier wall into the bridge deck, and that's where we ran into a problem. The type of bridge this is called a side-by-side box beam bridge. MDOT does not make that kind of bridge anymore. They've realized they're having problems with that style of bridge, so they no longer make that. What we have there, if you look at the picture at the left, you have about a 6-inch deep concrete deck on top of these box beams that make up the support of the bridge. We have to anchor that barrier wall into the bridge deck deep enough that if it were to be hit by a truck going 45, 50 miles an hour, that barrier wall would not move or collapse or move and endanger the pedestrians behind it. We looked and talked to MDOT about all kind of ways to anchor that bridge barrier wall into that deck, and we could not find a solution that would sustain the impact from a truck hitting that at 45 miles an hour. So that pretty much shot the ability down to build a barrier wall until extensive repairs were done on the bridge, where we could do different things to that existing bridge to accommodate that. So the next thing we did is we looked to just widen the walking surface. So you see that walking surface is about 5 feet wide. We wanted to make it like 10 feet wide, expanding the sidewalk wider than it is today. And we can move the traffic over. You can see the left turn lane not being used. We push the travel lanes over to the east a little bit to make more room for the shoulder and the wider sidewalk. And just build the sidewalk without the barrier wall. MDOT wouldn't go for that. They said, if you do any work on this bridge, you got to build a barrier wall. The barrier wall was not possible. So that pretty much shot down any ability to do anything on this bridge, short of just putting a fence up at that railing there on the left side to give a little more height to it for bikers. So that leaves you with two options remaining. You could build a pathway up to the bridge at 8 feet wide and gap the bridge and leave it at 5 feet wide. That doesn't solve your total problem of wanting an 8-foot path from one end to the other. Or you could build a standalone bridge, which would then take the pathway off of this bridge, and you'd build a separate pedestrian bridge that would span I-94. The cost of that is obviously very expensive. I think we estimated in the $4 million range, much more than you wanted to spend here with the current project. But that's what your two options you're left with at this point. Again, until MDOT does major repairs on this bridge, where they would replace these side-by-side box beams with something different. And that's quite a ways down the road.
One of the other things we did talk to them was, can we just enhance what's there? Touch up the concrete, put in some more striping, make the ramps ADA compliant. And basically MDOT's stance was, if you touch it, you got to bring it all the way up to standard. But you're kind of caught in a pickle, because you can't, given the type of bridge this is, you can't put in the barrier wall. And in order to meet the standard, you need a barrier wall. So honestly, it got to a point where, MDOT's on notice. They know that the township's interested in enhancing this, but until this bridge undergoes a major project, like Mark said, I don't think it's worth the township spending any of their funds to do this. And I mean, we went all the way up to Lansing. We've had multiple meetings with the TSC in Brighton that governs kind of this area. We've had discussions with the road commission. It's kind of like a situation where we just need to kind of be patient and wait for the right opportunity. And when and if we hear about MDOT doing any kind of bridge repairs or significant changes, and just so you know, to Baker is the exact same type of bridge. So you're going to have the same issues when and if you decide to enhance the pedestrian accessibility across Baker Road too.
Is that the same for Wagner?
I don't know, Jessica, but we can look into that and ask. I don't believe Wagner's the same. I don't think so.
Because my understanding was years ago, David Reed told me years ago, and I don't know when it was, but the decision was made to focus on building the pathway on Zeeb, up across Huron instead of Wagner, partly because of some considerations about the bridge and how many trees were along.
Yeah. The width, the engineering, the alignments, the amount of space, that's not the issue. It's just securing that wall to the bridge. You cannot penetrate that box beam. And it's just, it comes down to a very technical, dynamic situation with the bridge. And I'm not, we talked to the right people, and they really kind of worked with us. They weren't like just throwing up their hand and saying no, no, no. They kind of brainstormed with us. So we summarized this all in a report. The report was delivered to the township. there's some significant monies that were allocated to ZEB Road Phase 5 and 6. The good news is the way that the MEDC granted the township money, it really just recognizes ZEB Road pathway and not necessarily the independent phases. So, moving money from Phase 6, which we'll get into in a little bit once we talk about dollars, it is really, it's better to, at least you get to apply it. And it's not like this is a no-go, so now you lose the money. It's okay, well, we can shuffle this money over to Phase 5, and Phase 5 is a pretty big lift, as you saw. So at least you can make use of that. And then we can start talking to the right people, making sure the right folks at MDOT and Lansing, at the road commission know when this bridge gets worked on, the township has a desire to help enhance this. So here's some bullet points, Mark. I think you hit on all of it, but is there anything?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we got it, guys. I mean, all right, I think we get understand Phase 6. Let's move on to the money of Phase 5, because that's a lot of money.
There you
go. Let's talk about that.
Yep. So engineering for Phase 5, we're at 35% complete. So obviously we still got a pretty healthy contingency in there. But all in, I mean, we're looking at a $2.7 million project. Permitting costs with Amtrak Rail alone, we estimated about 200,000 with their process. And if you don't believe that number, ask the county and ask the road commission, because we're dealing with it right now on the border to border. We have final engineering design to basically get these things to a biddable document. And again, these are estimated costs, and I made them round. So I mean, everybody will have to be sharpening their pencil a little bit when this gets authorized. But honestly, I think these numbers are realistic, and they're based on 2023, 2024 pricing. So hold
on a second. Jess, I mean, so help me understand where we get all the money. How much we get? What, about 700,000 from MEDC? Is that right?
Well, actually, Mark, we have Anna here to answer questions about the funding for this.
Oh, we did? Okay, sorry.
So we're going to get to that.
When I saw that number, I about heart attack.
Well, we'll get there if we let the presentation play out.
Yeah, and the township spent, I mean, between, connecting communities and MDNR grants and other funding mechanisms, I mean, the township has funded close to, I want to say, without adding it all up, but I mean, there's probably been $4 million worth of pathway on ZEB Road built to date. So I mean, this last phase is much shorter, but it's by far and away the most expensive, and I think everybody knew that to be the case. If you look at different funding sources, and again, Anna, feel free to jump in, but we have Parks and Pathways millage money. We have the MEDC grant for Phase 5 at 750. And then you have the Phase 6 that we just talked about. That's really not feasible. So there's another 700. That money, which is, shy of 1.5, has a timeline attached to it. There's other sources. I mentioned connecting communities. Unfortunately, the townships already use their connecting communities money on ZEB Road. And you can get up to like $300,000. A lot of communities get that almost annually if they're doing projects that are worthy and are warranted. But the township's not eligible for any more connecting communities until Phase 5 is constructed. So that's kind of another kind of carrot to get ZEB Phase 5 done, because that really completes what the township promised when they applied for that money in the first place. And there's other ways to get it. But I think if you look at 750 and the 700 that you have, and know that this isn't all going to be due like right away, the minute you decide to build this, and we'll go over schedule next. This isn't like you owe $3.5 million, like, 4 months after you authorize it. This is going to be a 3-year long process. So if you look at the schedule that we have here, if you guys decide, and again, I'm not assuming anything, but say you authorize design in, sometime this winter or spring of 2024, it's going to take, the good chunk of this year to get the design done and get the permitting going. the design would be then finalized about a year from now. Bidding would happen, if with any luck and luck with permitting in 2020, spring of 2025, it would be bid, and then construction would start in 2025 with construction completion in 2026. So that's perfect world. This is being locally this isn't being federally funded. This isn't being bid through MDOT. So the beauty of this too is if you run into issues with MDOT rail and you just can't get that permit quick enough, you could still move forward with crossing Peters Road, building the bridge and getting to Sweepster property. And then you could, chunk out the crossing of the MDOT rail, and Amtrak rail. So there's some advantages to doing this in-house and yourself versus, bidding this out federally. But this kind of shows you the time frame we're talking. So it's you're probably at least 2 years, potentially 3 years out before the final bills are due on this thing. So you have opportunity to capture millage monies. I think the packet had a nice little.
We got. So I'd really like to hear from Anna. I mean, what are your thoughts here on the? Thank you, by the way, but I think we got it.
Yeah, I'll share. Thank you so much, Matt and Mark. Yeah, I appreciate y'all going through the 2 phases. I have in my agenda item, a lot of what I wrote is kind of redundant with what Matt and Mark shared. The numbers do line up with their presentation today. So I'll address some of the questions I've already heard, and then I'll just open up for questions and reference my report rather than just reading through the report.
And Matt, could you stop sharing your screen, please? Thank you.
Thanks. So I'll start with a little bit of grant discussion. So in fiscal year 22, we received an MEDC grant for $750,000 for phase 6. So phase 6 is the phase that Mark talked to us about. OHM did their due diligence, discussed with MDOT. We realized that project is not feasible at this time. So we currently have a little over 700,000 of that grant that we've now understood we're not going to do that phase 6. In fiscal year 23, we received a $900 grant. Thank you, $900,000 grant from MEDC for phase 5. So that's the phase that we talked about that goes by Burns Stokes Park and the Sweepster property up to the railroad tracks. So I'm here to share both the PPP committee's recommendation and my own recommendation that we move the funding for phase 6, what we have left over, which is $701,842, to phase 5, which we have learned today. Well, I didn't learn this today, but which we're talking about today. We have a $3.5 million phase 5 ahead of us. So I'm recommending that we just move phase 6 funding to phase 5 today. I'm happy to go deeper into where the funding for phase 5 will come from, but I just want to clarify that the recommendation I'm giving today isn't about where funding will come from. It's about the funding we already have and just reallocating. And I'll also share that in communications with our MEDC grant coordinator, it has been made very clear that as long as these funds are used towards the Z Road Pathway project, it's kind of irrelevant to which phase they're being used to from their perspective. They've made it very clear that these funds just need to go towards the Z Road Pathway. So with that, I think, well, are there any questions on that before I delve into phase 5 funding sources?
Yeah, so just so I'm clear, so the only really decision tonight to make, if I'm hearing you correctly, is we have phase 6 money, $701,842, if I'm not mistaken. And you just want to apply that to phase 5 and you just want to get the okay for that. That's really the only thing that's on the table tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
And in so doing, we would be saying goodbye to phase 6.
For now, at least.
Right, until there's a new.
Maybe permanently, but for now.
And And also, I just want to note too, that, you know, I mean, 3.5 million, that's bigger than the Liberty Road water main, bigger than the fire station renovation. We've never said we're definitely doing it. We want to do it, but we're not really gonna know how we're gonna fund it and how fast until we get through the capital planning process, which I know you're working on with Joyce, as well as this year's budget process. And I just share that because I think that there is a lot to talk about, probably beyond what we want to tonight, about the potential funding sources for that. Because however much we spend on a pathway is not going to other purposes for parks and pathways.
Other
Yeah,
questions?
and Jessica, just to add to that too, I mean, that was the sole purpose of authorizing just the preliminary engineering design to give you guys the tools to make better decisions, so you know what you want to do and when you want to do it.
Exactly. Thank you.
Trustee Carey.
So, yeah, I would like to know where the other funding would come from, because if we allocate this money, then we're gonna have to follow through, I'm assuming. But, well, wait a minute, hold on. So, but if we allocate this money to the phase 5 and then we say, oh, no, we're not gonna do it, then what's gonna happen to that money? Because it's supposed to go to Zebro capital, correct?
Correct, yeah, this money can't be used for other parks and preserves purposes. These grant funds would just be for Zeb Road.
Just for Zebro, so
Pathway.
However, if it, devil's advocate, if it doesn't, but if we don't follow through with the rest of it going to the border to border, could we use that money somewhere else on Zeb Road? Is there a give it back?
So the funding needs to go to the Zeb Road pathway. It's become clear to us that phase 6 is not going to be realistic how we had planned it. From that OHM's report on phase 6, it is clear that there are some basic safety items we could do on phase 6, like striping. Maybe. So I guess that's the one other option, but as far as the many stages of Zeb Road pathway, phase 5 is really our last stage.
Last stage.
Yeah.
And how much, so I know we've had quite a few grants, but how much has this whole pathway cost from, and then speculate to the finished product, so to speak, for phase 5?
So
you have those
much of Zeb Road was before I was involved with the township. Matt just quoted 4 million for what we've done thus far. That's a very rough general number.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and then if we were to add this 3.5, so 7.5.
$7.5 million for roughly 3 miles of pathway, not even 3 miles. So it's more than 2 million a mile for pathway.
Yeah, without getting over the bridge to Jackson.
That sounds really expensive for pathways. I'm just.
Yeah, and I can firm that number up on phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. It may not be as high. It may not be as high, but I'm probably not off by more than $1 million or $2 million.
So, yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too, right? It's a multi-year project. That's why the capital planning is so great that we're doing, so we can really decide if we want to do this, right? And really look at the numbers. I mean, I understand it looks like phase 6 is a no-go right now. And I support, requesting to the state if we can move the money from the grant from phase 6 to phase 5. When I talk,
clarify just before we move forward. My recommendation here is to not ask the state, because the MEDC has made clear they don't care what phase we're using the funds to. I'm making the recommendation to kind of be transparent with the board. And it's more of like an internal reallocation. It's not a request to the state.
So let me be clear, and I've expressed this repeatedly to Will and to Joyce, and I totally support it, but I just have to say that, and I need to pull a mark and cite my experience, but in my experience, in-depth experience of working with grants, you know, we really did receive 2 grants. One was for phase 6, one was for phase 5, and I don't share the reading you have, or Matt, that you have of these grants. We've talked about this in depth at different times at this table and privately, that these were 2 different grants, fully incorporating the scopes of each, one for phase 5 and one for phase 6. I would not, on the word of a staff person at the state, move money from one granted purpose to another granted purpose. I wouldn't. And if I were asked to vote on authorizing this, I don't think we have should authorize this. I wouldn't ever just move money from one stated grant purpose to another without getting the written approval, and particularly because these are, you know, somewhat, we've gotten kind of fronted this money, but they are reimbursement based, right? And so it's a higher risk as well. So I mean, I would be supportive of asking our township manager to write a letter to MEDC requesting permission to direct grant funds from the grant for phase 6 to the grant for phase 5.
Well, I actually have language from the township attorney to modify the model motion. So let me read that. And then we can see if we want to move forward with the model motion as the township attorney suggested we do. To authorize, so you're looking at the existing model motion, to authorize the use of $701,842.25 of MEDC Michigan Enhancement Grant Funds originally intended for Z Road Pathway Phase 6 to instead pay for engineering and construction costs associated with Z Road Pathway Phase 5, subject to written approval from the MEDC to be reviewed by the township attorney. That was the suggested modification of the motion from the township attorney. I would make that motion and hope that we could support that, and then have the township attorney evaluate the written approval from the MEDC rather than, creating some other process.
What did you append? Subject to written approval by
Subject to written approval from the MEDC.
Okay.
To be reviewed by the township attorney.
So do you believe that we already have that written approval, or is that written approval something we need to request?
I think we have some written communications, which to me seem like approval, but rather than putting myself in the position of judging that, I would put it to the township attorney to review what we have, and if the township attorney deems that it's inadequate, then we could seek additional written approval that would meet with the township attorney's approval.
I'm just concerned about the idea of just not asking, like looking for, I mean, because this has been going on for 6-9 months, right? There's this email, the staff person says it's okay. I really don't understand what the concern is about asking.
So I've been in communications with Kristen Blackmere,
Okay.
our grant
Yeah.
coordinator at MEDC. I was hoping to include a direct quote from her email, but she does have, at the end of her email, she asks that you please don't quote her email.
I bet she does.
And so I wasn't able to include a direct quote out of respect to her, and I wasn't able to get her consent for that.
Right.
But I can say, and this is the honest truth, that in our communication, she has stated very clearly what I've shared with you, that it doesn't matter what phase these funds are going to, they should go towards the Z Road pathway. And with her consent, I'm sure we can share those exact emails with the township attorney.
But I don't want something that we can legally defend in court. I want something that proactively says and Kristen may not be the right person. It may be somebody, her boss, whoever that is. I want somebody to say, yes, Scio, you may do this. I mean, that's what's typical for grants. This what's requested of us tonight is very atypical, and I'm not comfortable with it.
Matt?
I would just say, out of all the different earmark funds for all the different communities that OHM works for, that I personally work for, MEDC really does the best job where this money's being funneled through to work with the communities to help utilize the money. I agree with what Clerk Flintoff's saying and getting something in writing from MEDC higher up above the grant coordinator you're talking to. I don't think that should be a problem, because our experience with MEDC is they want you to spend the money. We work with earmark funds through EPA, through HUD, through Eagle, and in every circumstance, there's so much red tape and so many hoops, and it's so difficult and painful where you're almost like, is this a good thing we got a grant? MEDC is the one exception to where they really, really try to make it easy for you. And you guys have been unbelievably successful in getting these funds from MEDC. And so I think you'll find a very non-resistant path to getting what you need in writing if you just reach out to them and you get the thing in writing. So I mean, the way the attorney prepared the model motion makes a ton of sense. And then just we'll hold back and everybody can hold tight until you get that in writing. I mean, there's really this you could argue, does this even need board action? You know, it really probably doesn't, according to the MEDC. But like Anna said, this is more of an internal informational item and being transparent with the board, just so everybody knows what the next steps are.
So is someone prepared to second the motion?
It was from Jim Fink.
It was from Mariah.
Oh, Mariah, okay.
Why don't you read it one more time?
Yeah, please.
To authorize the use of $701,842.25 of MEDC Michigan Enhancement Grant Funds originally intended for Zebro Pathway Phase 6 to instead pay for engineering and construction costs associated with Zebro Pathway Phase 5, subject to written approval from the MEDC to be reviewed by the township attorney.
Okay, so subject to written approval.
Yeah.
Right. By the
But
MEDC.
The concern is, there has been emails from a staff person that, you know, I'm not comfortable using emails from a staff person as that written approval and have our attorney look at it and see if it covers us or not. I'm just saying, why don't we just ask and get that written approval? Because
Well, I think that's what she's saying, isn't it?
That's what this
What do you
motion says. It says that we would get written approval from the MEDC to be reviewed by the township attorney.
it
Why don't
doesn't,
we get a slight, friendly modification
Yeah,
to Jessica's
what if
point?
we have
Friendly,
to ask-
written approval from authorized.
to ask the township manager to write a letter to MEDC requesting permission to redirect grant funds from Phase 6 to Phase 5. And pending approval, authorize the use of et cetera. What I'm saying is, we need to ask in the proper way and get the proper answer.
You're inventing a process for MEDC.
No.
I think all we need to do is get the written approval from MEDC.
But Will, my understanding from the months of conversation about this is that there are emails and there's gonna be some debate and interpretation about if an email from a staff person at a state agency is good enough for our attorney. And what I'm saying is, why don't we just ask, get the letter back and be done? I mean, it's uncomfortable to me, the pressure to not put forth a straight up formal request of MEDC. It's just a letter.
Governor Whitmer that you want to have send us a letter? Whom is it that you want to
So-
have the letter from?
Well, that's not helping. Don't be a smartass. I can appreciate her concern, but
This is
a
not,
lot of money. What happens if-
these are grants. I mean, this is gonna be audited. Some of this,
Look,
look, like this is, I'm just telling you, the normal proper way to do it is to write a letter requesting permission, get the written letter back, and then make that letter coming back the subject.
There's no downside what Jessica wants to do. Whether it's overkill or not, there's no downside.
As long as we get a letter from MEDC, from an official at MEDC, does it matter what their title is?
Yes.
What's the difference? It's not like we're doing this project tomorrow anyway, so it's not like we gotta rush this through at this point. What's the difference? Well, if it takes an extra month, who cares?
We have invoices to submit and we have reports to file. We have, this is an ongoing process. And I would like to speed this up in a way that we can get this done as opposed to for the creating an endless, sort of hurdle for ourselves. I think as long as we are getting a letter from MEDC, maybe it's not, maybe what you want to see is not an email per se, but it could be a letter received by email, right? As long as it's a letter.
A signature on it.
An official letter with a signature on it is what you
So,
want.
so to ask the,
want the letter.
I don't know. What I'm saying is an email from a staff person who says, don't use my email is not what I want.
Yeah.
And that's what we have. So what I'm
It's a-
asking
it's
is,
just a boilerplate disclaimer at the
It's-
bottom of the email, like lawyers have at the bottom of their
Okay,
emails.
so
That's all.
she make a point. Why don't we just do a friendly modification to what we proposed?
to
It
just
says,
ask the township manager to write a letter to MEDC requesting permission to redirect grant funds from the grant for phase 6 to the grant for phase 5, contingent on approval, contingent on receipt to authorize the use of the 701,000 of MEDC Michigan Enhancement Grant Funds originally intended for Z Road Pathway 6 to instead pay for engineering and construction costs associated with phase 5.
I personally, just if I could weigh in really quick, I think that's what Jessica just stated is totally fine. On top of that, I would probably open up the dialogue with them because I think there's a 2025 deadline to spend the money. You might want to start the conversation about here's our
extension.
schedule for our
Extension, yeah.
project. And there's, if you remember my slideshow that I stopped sharing, construction's probably not gonna be done by 2025. And so
Right.
you're gonna need an extension anyway. So the
Right.
sooner you start the dialogue with the right people over there, and I think the letters are extremely appropriate to send and get.
yeah,
And then also start the dialogue with that same person about extending to 2026. That's the way to go.
Yep.
So the one nice thing about a letter, well, is the one thing I do like, it forces somebody to be official. It forces you, it's not somebody going, ooh, they want me to actually sign this now. I guess I do need to make sure that Bob signs this or Sue signs it or whoever.
Okay, could you read your motion one more time?
Sure. To ask the township manager to write a letter to MEDC requesting permission to redirect grant funds from the grant for phase 6 to the grant for phase 5 and contingent on receipt to authorize the use of $701,842.25 of MEDC Michigan Enhancement Grant Funds originally intended for Z Road Pathway Phase 6 to instead pay for engineering and construction costs associated with Z Road Pathway Phase 5.
I would support that. And I would ask Matt, should we address anything else as long as we're gonna make an ask? So we need some flexibility to put it from one phase to the other. And we also need some flexibility on time if they'll allow it. Is that correct?
think so.
Is there anything
think
else that Joyce should get for us in her?
But we can just say and any other modifications.
Yeah, so I just,
Yeah.
The only thing with the language of the motion that you just read, it sounded like it was moving money from one grant to another grant, but actually it's
Yeah.
moving money from one phase to another phase.
Well, there were 2 grants that we got.
But to move money from a grant to a grant isn't what we're asking, really. We're asking to move money from one grant to work on a
Another
different
grant.
phase of the same project.
Okay, sure. From the grant. Okay, to move funds from the grant for phase 6 to
Phase 5.
Phase 5.
To
phase
phase 5 of the
Okay.
Z Road Pathway project.
and contingent on receipt of approval to authorize the use of the money.
Roger supports.
Roger supports, and Roger doesn't need to ask for the extra time in your motion, but hopefully that would be part of the ask.
Yeah,
can work with-
Joyce, does that work for you?
Yes, and I can work with Anna and Matt to make sure that the letter
Okay.
reflects what needs to be stated.
Great, thank you.
All right, with that, let's call the roll.
Okay, Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes?
Hathaway?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Well, I'll be darned, we work together on something.
Thank you all.
Did you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Did you all want me to go into Z5 funding still or save that for another day?
I'd say that for another day. I think we're good.
Can we get into that though in depth though, and during the budget time, capital planning budget?
Definitely.
Great.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Anna.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So that brings us to K3, which is the open burning ordinance discussion.
Should be a quick one for you tonight, board.
Those burning issues.
Just like the grant.
So I'm gonna try to get through this presentation a little quickly. My computer's starting to die and I want to make sure I can get to the questions portion for you. So open burning in Scio Township. I want to talk a little bit about our ordinances and about state law. And a lot of this came up because we had a concern from a resident. She'd brought an issue to us related to open burning in the township. And it turns out when we recodified and updated our fire code, we made some errors. So we've worked with the state, we've worked with our attorney, and I think we have everything legally done we need to allow open burning in Scio. That's the opinion of our attorney. That being said, there were some things that were omitted from the burn ordinance that Scio may want to reestablish and reallow. So first we'll start with what is open burning. State of Michigan defines it as burning of unwanted materials such as paper, trees, brush, leaves, and other debris where the smoke and emissions are released directly to the air. That's pretty similar to what our fire code defines it as well. Burning of material where products of combustion are emitted directly into the ambient air without passing through a stack or chimney from an enclosed chamber. And IFC excludes recreational fires or use of outdoor fireplaces from open burning. So when I talk about definitions of 3 different categories of outside fires, open burning does not include recreational fires or outdoor fireplaces. So the state through Eagle has a lot of regulations related to burning, and here's a couple. This top one here is probably going to get the most discussion. Communities over 7,500 people, include Scio, are prohibited from open burning of leaves and grass clippings unless the community specifically allows for it. The regulations are a little more than that. It actually says brush and logs and things like that, but by adoption of the IFC, our fire code, we allow burning of brush and tree limbs and things like that. So right now, we can burn brush, we can burn tree limbs, that stuff that comes down in your storm can get burned in certain circumstances with a burn permit, however, leaves cannot.
Currently, that's the Scio law,
That's state law.
which we've adopted. Through the IFC?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we allow certain burning through the IFC, correct, with the exception of leaves and grass. There's no commercial or industrial burning without an Eagle permit, so someone can't start up a tree trimming business, go out, trim trees and burn their waste on a property. That's commercial burning. They have to get an Eagle permit to do that. This next one I think is pretty common sense. There's no burning of trash in Scio Township, so you can't take your garbage can, empty it out into a burn barrel and burn that. That's been illegal for several years. And there's no burning of construction or demolition materials. So as someone's building a subdivision, they can't take their scrap, they can't use it to heat. I've seen masons use it to heat some products. That's illegal, and you can't burn demolition materials. So if you're tearing down a house, you have to throw it in a landfill. You can't knock it into a hole and burn it. There is an exception for burning of structures for firefighter training, but that's fine. And here's the last one that we were not aware of that we did find during research. Eagle prohibits the burning of trees, logs, brush, and stumps within 1,400 feet of a city or village. So prior to 2021, yeah, that's a good one. And we'll talk about that.
For fire trivia night.
Mhm.
Like Ann Arbor and Dexter, or?
Yep, those would be the 2 cities within 1,400 feet of Scio. Pre-2021, we adopted the IFC in 2021. Prior to 2021, Scio adopted the 2000 edition of NFPA 1 as its fire code. In 2009, The same issue was brought by, I believe, the same resident that we weren't following the state's rules related to open burning. And Scio modified its ordinance, allowed for open burning with some restrictions. And Scio did allow in 2009 the burning of leaves and grass clipping, and it did allow for fire suppression training in acquired structures. So here are some of the restrictions the pre-2021 ordinance provided. No permits issued east of M14. We have several little pockets of homes that are, of my understanding, are to be annexed into the city at some point, but they're still technically Scio.
Township Islands.
There you go. No, we can't issue permits inside that boundary. No permits issued on parcels less than 1 acre of size. No permits issued in the village of Dexter, and that was the word from the ordinance, because I believe when the township passed this ordinance, Dexter was a village. Cooking fires were exempt from the permit requirement, and they only, the ordinance only allowed for open burning between 8 AM and 4 PM. The current ordinance adopted in 2021, International Fire Code, 2015 version. Section 307 of that code allows for open burning. So that's where we get the authority to issue a burn permit for someone to clean up their yard and dispose of the waste that way. We did amend section 307 by adding some restrictions. Again, we copied no permits east of M14. We got no permits issued on parcels of less than 1 acre of land. However, we omitted unintentionally the ability for residents to burn leaves and grass clippings. Again, unintentionally, we removed the time restriction of 8 to 4. And lastly, we removed the ability for us to burn acquired structures for fire suppression training.
So when Brian's house was under,
That was technically outside the ordinance.
too bad we didn't have Sean then. We would've been
So-
in trouble.
We write ourselves a ticket.
Yeah.
So chief, but the cooking fires are still exempt from the permit requirement, correct?
Correct, and I'll get that a little further in depth towards the end here for you. So this really defines what fires the IFC identifies. These are the 3 types of outside fires that you can have in Scio Township. There's one called open burning, there's one called a bonfire, and there's one called a recreational fire. Open burning, that's your yard waste from maintaining, and I'm paraphrasing the section of the IFC here, from maintaining your forest, your yard, controlling disease or pests, or making improvements for wildlife. You can burn, we have a winter storm come through, we collect our branches, you're maintaining your forest. You get some overgrowth come in, you trim it up, you're maintaining your land. All those things can be burned. There is a permit requirement. You have to get a permit from the fire department. It must be 50 feet from a building.
Non-grass clip?
No grass clippings, correct?
Or leaves.
Or leaves.
Okay.
Yep, only brush, tree limbs, logs, that type of debris and materials. You have to have a 1 acre or larger lot to do it, and there's no burning east of M14. There's 2 pictures here. These are not open burning, right? The definition, if you look at the picture on the right, it's like a homemade stove with a stack on it. That's not open burning because you're burning from a concealed or an enclosed chamber through a stack. And this left device here is something I included because it might be a point of discussion for the board in the future. That is an outdoor wood furnace.
Yeah.
Folks will take that and typically see this on a country lot. They run underground piping into their furnace. They get it's got this big water jacket and they burn wood out there to create heat, bring the heat into the house and blows it in. However, they do create a bunch of smoke. They create a big smoke nuisance. So bonfire, this is specifically defined by the IFC as an outside fire for ceremonial purpose. I would see that as, hey, the football team won, let's have a bonfire. It's my birthday, let's have a bonfire. Some sort of event causes this, and this is over 3 feet wide and 2 feet high. Permit is required. It must be 50 feet from a structure, and there are no lot size or location restrictions for a bonfire. Recreational fire. Last is a small fire for cooking, comfort, warmth, or similar purpose. It's under 3 feet wide and under 2 feet tall. To have a recreational fire, there's no permit required. It has to be 25 feet from a structure, and there's no lot size or location restrictions.
So, and I'll just flag, because I've outed myself about this before. is 25 feet from a structure. You know, I went through zoning compliance here years ago. Mine is within 25 feet. It was not flagged. So just a process improvement. We're just,
Yep, we're gonna work with planning to make sure that that gets reviewed in these types of.
yeah, because I'm sure I'm not alone.
I will know. And permit requirement, like you see this picture I grabbed off the internet here. Permit does, or the fire code does not require it to be in this enclosed fire ring or something like that, or rocks on the ground or anything like that. It simply has to be a pile under 3 feet wide and 2 feet tall, 25 feet from a structure. So you can burn right on the ground if you want to for a recreational fire. One last thing that the code identifies as as part of recreational fire is a portable outdoor fireplace. This is a device, the one on the picture here is a solo stove, must be used following manufacturer's instructions. There's no permit required, and it can be no closer than 15 feet to a structure except for 1 and 2 family homes. So that means if have a solo stove behind the township offices, it's gotta be 15 feet away. If behind an apartment building, it's gotta be 15 feet away. Behind a factory down the street, it's gotta be 15 feet away. But if it's next to your house and you're following manufacturer's instructions, you can put it right next to your wall if you want to.
Including on a wooden deck.
Yep,
So
as long as the manufacturer says you can.
at
That's dangerous.
in Ace Barnes Hardware and Stadium, they have all kinds of these things. Some are small, some are big, some are like that.
Yep.
How do you know whether you have an outdoor fireplace or whether you have an outdoor, you know, like a cast iron, can I just call it a fireplace and put it 16 feet away rather than 26 feet away?
So any sort of device that you put the fire on is an outdoor fireplace.
Okay.
If it's a chimney, if it's a little stand that elevates the logs off the ground with a screen around it, those are all outdoor fireplaces. You just gotta follow manufacturer's
Device,
instructions.
it's a fireplace. Follow the directions.
Correct. And no lot or size restrictions for this either. Safety requirements for every fire. Anytime you have an outdoor fire, you have to have a means of extinguishment readily available. It could be your garden hose, it could be a fire extinguisher. You can have a bucket of sand, you can have a shovel and a dirt pile. Whatever, as long as it starts getting out of control, you can take care of it, and you gotta attend to it until it's completely extinguished. You can't set that fire at 9 o'clock at night, burn, that 10-foot pile of brush you've got in your yard and go to bed. You gotta maintain it. You gotta make sure it doesn't get out of control, and that applies universally. So with all this new information, what are we doing? Well, first of all, we've updated our fire department open burning webpage. It explains all the rules and requirements.
You did a great job.
Thank you. It's all Terry. She's the master of our webpage, and she does a great job. We've updated our open burning form. It follows the open burning rules regulations. It follows the presentation I just gave you, and it follows the website. We're asking residents, they can call in, they can download one and email it in. However they want to get it to us, feel free to. We're taking care of them, we're logging them and tracking them. We would just ask that if a resident does have a bonfire or open burning, that they be able to produce that on site if we show up. If a neighbor calls and we show up and they've got a permit, we're gonna review it, make sure they're in compliance and tell them have a nice day. If they're not in compliance, we'll actually have them, if they meet the requirements but don't have a burn permit, we'll actually issue them one on the spot. We wanna make sure we're taking care of the residents. They can do what they can do. We'll come back, we'll fill it out, and we'll email it in to them so they have it. We've trained all our personnel. We don't allow leaf burning in Scio by ordinance, so we're not allowing leaf burning in Scio. And we found ways to identify city limits, that 1,400-foot regulation. So when we do get a phone call for a burn permit or we get one emailed into us, we're looking at those and making sure that they meet the requirements. And if we're not, we're talking to those homeowners and residents and educating them. And again, better record keeping of our burn permits. Other considerations. So this leaves a ton of questions open to the board. Does the board want to allow burning of leaves or grass clippings? Yes or no? Does the board want to reenact time restrictions? As I looked through some of the materials out there, the state has some model ordinances. I looked at other communities' model ordinances. Does the township want to regulate outdoor wood furnaces? Do we want to have the ability to use a acquired building for fire suppression training? I can answer that one pretty easily. We don't have anyone trained to be able to do that right now, so I'd say that's not a priority right now. Maybe in the future, yes, but not now. does the township want to give us the ability to revoke or deny burn permits in certain cases? Repeat offenders, say, all right, you're done, you can't burn at all anymore. Or does the board want further restrictions or allowances? And, I was asked to kind of give some regulation or give some idea to help guide the discussion here. And I looked at several ordinances, neighborhoods, neighboring communities. And, some of the things that stuck out to me are places where they have higher population density. They didn't allow open burning. Maybe some of the more rural areas they did. Some had geographic boundaries. North of this road you can, south of this road you can't. So those are kind of some of the things that the board might want to deliberate, if the board does want to make some changes.
Well, my first question would be, Andy, first off, I start with you. What are your recommendations? Number one, what are your safety recommendations?
Yeah.
I mean, we start at that point, and things that are discriminatory. Then I think those are the things we probably should maybe discuss, but I'm gonna lean on you to say, hey, Mark, it's a good idea not to do leaves because, or not do things because I don't know those things.
Fair point. Some of the things with leaves, I think, one ordinance I saw says you shouldn't burn leaves in the ditch because it creates a traffic hazard. If the township does want to burn leaves, as it previously did, I'm perfectly fine with you saying, hey, if you have a 1 acre or larger lot, feel free to burn leaves. No issue with that, as long as you can keep it away from, the roadway where it's going to cause a smoke issue. And obviously you got to consider, neighborhood issues as well. Is that smoke blowing over and causing a problem for your neighbor?
We could have regulations if it's a windy day or a drought, because I know that you put out.
Does the township want to allow leaf burning during these 3 months with no permit required, or,
Well, and Chief, I think, number one is safety. Number two is fire department resources. If we can save some fire department resources by continuing to not allow burning, I mean, maybe that's just simplest, right? Like no burning of leaves or grass clippings. It seems like revoking, denying burn permits. There may be good safety reasons to do that. That may also add some administrative costs that outweigh the gains in safety. So I guess that's what I'd be looking at. And then I guess the third lens, which I maybe is more of a public health issue, is just the burning. I mean, it gets smoky. It's bad for the environment.
I was gonna say, aren't we kind of a green town? I mean, don't we make it green? I mean, it doesn't sound very green to me. That was my first reaction.
It's not. I mean, I was, I mean, so I guess that's part of it, just for air quality, when we're talking about something that fundamentally is optional, right? Anybody who is fortunate enough to have beautiful trees in their yard has ground where the leaves can compost, or, they can spend money to have their leaves picked up.
Or
I mean,
mulch,
is one
you can just
perspective.
mow over them, but what about a farmer with 40 acres and you're gonna say, don't do anything with your leaves? I mean, and then that's what they use they burn and put it, until it right back into the soil. I mean, there's
But to that question, isn't that, in that scenario, Chief, isn't that covered in the allowed, open burning is allowed? The farmer example?
With grass or leaves.
You have to specifically allow leaves, grass, or brush, and with the language in 307, brush is covered.
So how many calls has the fire department had from people that have were burning their leaves and it got out of control, or some other
We get
type?
those every year. Yeah, we get several every year of, a routine, someone's burning their leaves, all of a sudden the weather turns and it gets real windy and the fire gets out of control. Absolutely.
just
We
the
actually
leaves
almost had
or-
a house fire across the street, and some gentleman did that. He got his fence on the side of his garage going.
And what about other types of burning? I mean, if we take away, not the grass or leaves, but other types of burning, how many calls for, I know my neighbor did.
Yeah,
There was once, but this is years ago, but down the road, he piled it up in the roadway.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it's a giant number. If we go on a dozen of these that have gotten out of control a year, it's probably a lot. We probably go on more smoke and odor investigations. Hey, I smell some smoke and 3 doors down or someone burned leaves in the backyard. or burning brush in the backyard, that type of call.
But Chief, to be clear, the open burning of trees, logs, brush and stumps, provided it's 1,400 feet away from Ann Arbor or Duxbury, is permitted with a permit.
Repeat that.
No. Open burning of trees, logs, brush and stumps
Correct.
is permitted, provided we get a permit from the fire department. So what I'm saying is I guess I'd have a question for the farmers or these other, needs, like, are they covered there? I mean, when it's really about grass clippings and leaves, it seems to me it's mostly, kind of average homeowner type
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah, I would see the grass and leaves issue, and honestly, I don't see grass clippings as an issue, it's more the leaves.
Yeah.
I see that as the more pressing issue for a residential area.
Okay.
Not the, your 40 acres, your 50-acre residents, they're looking at a bunch of trees that came down and brush, and they're
Okay.
cleaning up their fields and stuff like
So
that.
we could even have a restriction that maybe it's 5 acres and more you can burn.
Yeah.
And then so it's something to talk about.
Yep. This is the preliminary discussion about this. This is, thought processes for the board. If the process to go forward, if the board does decide they want to modify the ordinance. Conrad, from Fink's office is, Conrad Siller, he worked with us originally. He'd be the one that would modify this again. And, we'd have to have a public hearing, then it'd get adopted in the code of ordinances. And it's, that timeframe's probably a few months. I would expect that springtime, we might start to have a problem with leaves again. So, the board does have a few months to look at this and deliberate and think about it and do something or nothing.
So, do many people burn grass?
Cannot recall a single instance of that occurring in the community that we got called to.
And Chief, is there any of these that from a safety perspective, you recommend that we take action on? Okay, so if we're safe with our current ordinance, then if we do nothing with our ordinance, then it seems to me what we would need to do is some good education and enforcement.
Well, but that, if we don't do anything, then we are not allowed to have fire suppression training.
We got a few things that we missed, I think.
Yeah.
Minimally, but it sounds like a few things got missed or whatever. I think there was 3 bullets you had, like the 8 to 1, for example.
Right, but I
Yes.
just asked the chief if any of these needed to be changed for safety, so like the 8 to 4, is that important for safety? It's true, we missed a couple things, it just
Yeah.
sounds like they're not that
So-
important.
Currently, nothing in the IFC allows you to revoke a permit, you would revoke a
Yeah,
permit
there's-
if there's a problem, and couldn't you just issue a violation if there's a problem?
So there's, I'm gonna get the language wrong, but we can suspend permits if atmospheric conditions cause
That's,
a
I'm
hazard.
looking at section 18 right now.
Yeah, it's there's a couple.
Atmospheric conditions or local circumstances
Yes,
make
yep,
such fires hazardous.
correct. And generally I read that to say, hey, it's super dry and we got this windstorm coming, yet we're issuing no burn permits, nobody can
Be the
burn.
bear, fire
Yep,
ID.
yep. And we've done that pretty much every spring. We suspend issuance of burn permits until we get a good green up.
So Andy, the way it sits today, kind of made it Justice's point, is there a safety concern as it sits right
No.
now today? There's not a safety concern.
Correct. In my mind, there's no safety concern.
And I'm looking at, we're at January 23rd, people are gonna start burning in the spring, do we wanna make a change to allow more burning? Or do we want to embrace the change we made in 2021 and really get the education out and enforcement out and help people figure out other means of dealing with their leaves besides burning them,
Well, they can-
which is bad for the environment.
But I don't think it's a one size fit all.
Composted, right?
Sure. Because I don't know if the township's GFL contract provides for.
They pick up compost.
Okay.
Yard.
Yeah, they do.
If
Yeah,
you
they
put
just
it,
dump it in
in a
the
bag.
landfill.
Yeah. In the
Or you-
yard.
or
Oh,
your
yeah.
compost
Okay.
container,
Yeah.
don't pick it up.
So we usually take it out to the woods.
So maybe it's just an education.
Yeah.
Not
yeah,
everybody
I'm
has
saying,
GFL
But
either.
I agree with the chief. We do need to decide what direction we're going, because either direction takes a couple of months, and I don't want our residents. I have 3 neighbors who regularly burn right around me. And I don't want them to be surprised. I want to be able to talk to them about it and help them, figure out what to do with their leaves.
I take that. I don't,
That's the real issue, I think.
yeah, I'll take them and put them in my compost. I don't have trees on my property. So I'm always asking others for their leaves, but.
If it's not
Not
a
that I
safety
want every-
concern, I mean, at the end of the day, if Andy says it's not a safety concern and people are used to doing it and they've been doing it and it's okay. I mean, are we trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist here? I guess is what I'm saying, and maybe some education needs to happen. Nothing wrong with education.
Yeah, and I
Maybe
wouldn't
put
wanna
some stuff on the
penalize-
website, that's a good
Well,
start.
and,
Yeah, people.
and you can't smoke out your neighbor, that you're not supposed to.
Right.
That's the big issue, right?
Yeah, so that gets into the nuisance ordinance. The township does have a nuisance ordinance, generally not enforced by the fire department. However, it does list excessive smoke as a nuisance. So if we did get a call, say from anyone's neighbor, hey, oh my gosh, someone in my neighborhood is burning and I can barely breathe in my house, we'll go out there and we'll find them and have them put the fire out because it's a fire nuisance at that point. Repeat problems like that would probably need to be dealt with through ordinance enforcement. But any cases like that, we'll share with our ordinance enforcement officer, just so he is aware of it.
I do think I would ask if we do want to go in that direction, that we really think about a good communications plan and some kind of targeted communications about this. You've already done a good job to start, but I mean, I think we need to kind of walk around to our 1-acre neighbors and just start talking to
And
them.
we got a quarterly newsletter, right, that goes out?
Yep.
Did you know, right? We could do a whole little special on a
Yeah.
couple pages on leaf burning or something. That's a great way to do it.
Out of the press.
Happy to do that as well, whatever the
Out the
board
press, no
decides.
pun intended.
And I will say that I think, in my experience, the majority of the leaf burning that occurs in Scio is done without a permit. I think folks have just generally accepted that it's the fall, I'm gonna rake my leaves in a pile and burn them.
That has been my observation as well.
And they moved out to the rural, it's not rural anymore, but that's what they just
Yeah,
expect.
it's a little bit of freedom. I mean, it's your
Yeah.
property, it's your land, it's,
But we're Style City
I
now.
think it's worth an education effort, not just actually, I think that is a good point, because dragging the leaves in the woods is also a problem.
Yeah, it
For
is.
Kathy's husband.
Well, no, but I do think also, we do have the problem, and I've observed this as well, of people dragging the leaves, across the street to a wooded area that's maybe privately owned or owned by the county or something like that, and
We need to get a good wind and it blows it back.
It kills the wildflowers is what it does.
right.
Well, there are no wild.
Any other questions for?
No, thank you.
I don't think so. Thank you for a very
Thank
good
you.
presentation again.
Much appreciated. You guys have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the added item of K6, the utility truck. Brandon, you're back on.
So. 2 weeks ago, we had to send our plow in to get repaired. The plow is 15 years old. It was about the same time the 2009 F-250 was bought. We had to send that in to get fixed. It was $600 for a new harness. And then just the other day, Rich was using it to plow. The frame on the plow broke, which would have to be welded. At that point in time, I got with Joyce, and I mean, this is a direction that we need to go anyways, it wasn't feasible to just weld the frame on the plow. To get a new plow just for the truck, you have to buy a new mounting bracket that's specific to the F-250. It would not transfer back over to a GMC 2500 or whatever truck that we were gonna get. Even if it was a brand new F-250, it won't match up.
What would that cost?
It's $1,200.
1,200?
Yep,
And then the plow.
and it costs a plow.
Plus, what's the cost of a plow?
The one I'm proposing is $8,057.
So it'd be 1,200, so to fix the bracket, it'd be 1,200 plus 8,000 for a new plow, we were just.
No, that's just, it's all included in one price. So if we were gonna get a new plow, for the F-250 that we currently have, it would be $8,057.
Okay,
And then if we were to get a new truck that the plow would go on, we'd have to re-spend another $1,200 to mount it on that truck.
okay, so the plow for if we kept the truck and just got a new plow, it'd be just over 8,000. If we got a new truck, it'd be an additional 1,200 to move the plow to that new truck.
Correct.
Okay.
How many miles on the truck?
Oh, that's a good question. 100, I think 150,000. Oh, yeah.
And what's the, cause I know Howard's been trying to fix that plow for a long time, even when he was here. What's been the maintenance costs on the truck and the plow?
There was
Annually.
no good records on the truck as far as maintenance records. I do know quite a bit of money just from talking to Rich was spent on it. If you'd ask me in general, these trucks should be replaced every 5 years. The powertrain and motor warranty goes out within 5 years. You get your most resale value back on the truck if you turn it in a decent time. So that's ideally what we should be doing. That would be my recommendation to the board, is every 5 years for these types of trucks. Other equipment items are different, but for vehicles, I would recommend that we have a plan to replace them every 5 years. You get better trade-in value. You don't have to worry about all the maintenance and upkeep of things breaking down. You have more consistency with making sure you can get to your jobs. Right now, our fleet is so limited. Just take what happened to the van that we just had the other day. If it wasn't just the bumper, we would be minus one more vehicle.
I agree with you,
Yeah.
and I know that in
Yeah.
our capital planning,
Yeah.
that several departments are requesting vehicles. And that, part of what I've suggested is that there be a fleet management plan, that kind of, shows kind of the overarching, plan for this, so I look forward to that. I do understand that this issue came up. Why are you proposing it come out of water and sewer when it seems to be, primarily used for buildings and grounds?
So it's primarily used day to day as a water sewer vehicle. Because we're limited staff and we're asked to do additional activities. We do use it to not only plow our outbuildings, if the need arises. Recently, I had to get in conversations with our contractor. They haven't showed up on time. So we needed the plow to allocate it to take care of the township and the fire station. We also use it to take care of the parks and pathways.
It could be, so the truck itself is used primarily for water and sewer, but then a portion of it for buildings and grounds. So if we were to go forward, we could split the costs proportionally.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I'll make one comment, it's 150,000 miles, keep in mind, when you're plowing, you're beating a vehicle, that's very hard on the vehicle, so it's not like $150,000, 150,000 miles on your Honda or something, which is gonna run for another 50,000 miles. Very, very much more abusive on a truck. I'm surprised you've got that many miles, that thing's even running, frankly, that's impressive.
So I have a question. Does the other one I'm looking at the estimate, does the other one get traded in? Does it get sold? Do we still keep it? Do we?
Yep, so due to the time frame, there was an additional vehicle that's out there. It's another van that was replaced. If approved going forward with replacing other vehicles, that would get traded in. Due to the people that we need, the staffing needs that we have, this F-250 would not be replaced this year. I would seek replacing it on the next fiscal budget. But right now, we need it, as a backup. If we hire more people, I need
We
to.
keep them both. We'd have the new one and then we'd have the.
Yeah, right.
Now, is this a good, tell me about the pricing. Is this a good price, a good quote? How do we know that we're getting a good bang for the buck? when we buy this?
So my deal pricing is used by governments to have all the bidding work already done for you. Vendors go in there and compete for pricing. And ultimately, a vendor is selected with the lowest bid for a wide assortment of things, vehicles being one of them. So we go on a USDA app or website. We can look up vehicles as a category. And we can see what the competitive prices are for these vehicles. And so that's what Todd Winslow, they already have access to the information. I told them what I wanted. They gave me the my deal price on it. This is the lowest that you can get as far as competitively bid prices. Maybe you could find a random markdown on a truck here and there. I did that research myself in the local area, didn't find anything. So this is the best price for this particular vehicle that we can find. It is competitively bid.
And I'm willing to support this, but do we say split equally from 590 and 591?
Well, wait a minute, are they,
Hold on.
is this going to be used for parks and pathways as well?
Yeah, so I mean, so the plowing that you're doing, and you get to your question too, so the plowing that you're doing, if I recall, we approved a snow plow. We're talking about plowing snow, right? We all agree. So we got 2 more months of snow. A couple months ago, we approved a contract to plow snow, and help me jog my memory here, but I thought what we did was said, hey, we're gonna give it a go about trying to plow this ourselves.
Yes.
Right, and this is our go. And our plow broke, we got 2 more months of winter. Why can't we just ask the contractor to cover us for 2 more months? Finish plowing the snow as needed, and then we look at this in 1 month when we're looking at all the other vehicles.
So right now, we contracted Brian Services to take care of Township Hall and the fire station specifically. We did not contract them to do the outbuildings, seeing as how we already had our own plow. We didn't contract them to do the entrances to the parks and pathways, because that was something that we already taken care of. This was the trial run to see if we would prefer to do contractor services versus in-house.
Right.
My recommendation would be, just from the experience I had with Brian Services already, and the capability that we have within our own department, if we choose to go that route, that's what I'd recommend. And with that recommendation, I would make a recommendation to the board that we buy an additional truck for the building maintenance person to use to take care of these places. Because not only that, come to the board, it would be, are we gonna contract out lawn mowing? Are we not? And if we're not gonna contract it out, now we need a trailer to pull the lawnmower to. So it's a lot more questions that the board needs to decide on, and on what direction they want this to go. My recommendation would be bringing that in-house, buy an additional vehicle for building maintenance, because not only does he have to run the errands anyways, I can't give up a vehicle lickety split whenever he needs to do these different tasks. So he would,
About a second truck.
another truck separate
Right,
from
so
utility.
What I wanna, so I know that there's a lot, I've sat in enough budget meetings, we got a lot of vehicle requests coming to us. And so I just wanna know, I guess, Brandon, I'm not yet compelled on the urgency of this. When the plow broke, it's a bummer, we need to do something. What I'm wondering is how much would it cost to contract out for the next 2 months?
So my concern with that is that Brian Services is very unreliable. They didn't show up today. The other day, aside from the previous time that they showed up, they didn't show up on time. People are starting to get to the building. I had Kevin and water staff act immediately to get the sidewalks and the driveway and
They've been doing a great job.
right. So why pay a contractor and pay our own employees to do the same work when the contractor's already supposed to do here? I can't find a contractor to reliably make sure the stuff is done when it needs to be done. And to have access to our outbuildings is crucial in case of emergencies. So my feeling is I'm not willing to leave that up to a contractor in this circumstance.
For the utility outbuildings and the.
And also,
But I thought the
Yeah.
contractor was already handling Township Hall and the fire station.
right, but has failed to show up twice when
I
needed.
was here a week and a half ago. They were here. I understand. I mean, I'm here almost every day. So this would be to just cover the utility, outbuildings, which is important. The parks and paths, parking lots, which I would argue is less important in the winter. I appreciate people wanna, we want some access, but it's not as important. Another question about the My Deal. The My Deal, did you go to My Deal and find the best possible price in My Deal, or did you go to this dealer and say, what's your My Deal price?
Went to the My Deal, well, it's USDA. There, you can search for this information. Went in there, looked for the truck that I was needing, found a dealer that had it, that was relatively close by. And asked for a quote, with the additional outfitting things that we need. So that's how this was quoted.
I have a few questions.
You
Do you feel you have the staff now to do the work if the plowing service contractor, the monthly, whatever our arrangement is, isn't renewed? Do you have a sufficient staff to take over right now?
Yes, we can always make adjustments to make sure that the work is done. I have the last 2 times that it snowed, we've had to make adjustments. Luckily, this work is kind of all related to utilities, like we already take care of our outbuildings. Kevin's done this work, explicitly in his past. So it's not a problem to do it. It is just taking time away from our staff to focus on what they're budgeted for to be doing. However.
Kevin is budgeted for buildings and grounds, 100%.
Correct, but to maintain the township and the fire station in a timely fashion, you need more than just one person, because he has to plow multiple times, he has to salt the sidewalk multiple times. I can't depend on Kevin to be on the call 24/7 during a snowstorm and work 12 hours a night and just expect him to be able to keep doing that as it snows. So you gotta incorporate more than one person to do the job, which we have the personnel to do it. It's just, the board's gotta be okay with it. And again, I just think in the future, we just had this get our building maintenance person a vehicle to do the work. So that it's not taking vehicles away from other departments to be able to do their job.
And I, happy to have that conversation. I'm just trying to be clear. So this truck would not be the building maintenance truck. This would be a utility truck.
Correct. This will be a utility truck, and as needed, we'll plow the township, the fire station, the parks and pathways as needed to make sure that we're safe and allow, people to, come to and fro as they need to. It's right now, it's not set up to be taking care of the fire station and Township Hall because we contracted it out. It's just, unfortunately, those were the circumstances and we had to use it.
Yeah, and look, Brandon, like I'm really looking forward to, supporting requests for vehicles and staff and everything that's needed. And like, I'm just not ready to support this right here without a little more information. And I'm happy to help pull it together, but like the cost of repairs on things, the cost of the new plows, and just kind of looking at how this is all gonna work together, because we should have a pool of vehicles that we're all sharing. I'm just wondering if, just like we temporarily contracted out the mowing, we're contracting out the cleaning. I feel like we're both contracting out and also hiring staff and buying equipment. And what I'm looking for is where's the right balance? And I appreciate that we need to grow just like we did with our fire department. But part of it too is kind of education of us and kind of understanding how we're managing all of our resources.
Right, and I can understand that too, but this is a 15-year-old vehicle that needed to be replaced 10 years ago. And so it's less about. I think it's just like a basic
Is this our
request.
oldest truck?
It is.
Okay, how many do we have? How many trucks?
We have a van that is deadlined right now because it has transmission issues and it's not used very often. We have a F-250, we have an F-150, and we have our new van that was bought last year. So we have 4 vehicles for all the utility department. And
And the F-250 and F-150 how come we can't hook up a new plow to the F-250 or F-150?
so the F-150, 1500 is normally not used for plowing. The frame can't support it. And so the only option that we have is the F-250, which needs to be replaced. The plow broke on it. So the more, it makes sense to me to invest in an old truck, buying a new mount for that and a plow to go on there when we're already gonna be replacing it. Makes no sense to me. That's why I approached Joyce and let her know what my opinion was. And at that point, she supported me to get these quotes to do what we need to do to get it replaced now.
So I think it's coming down to 3 things from what I'm hearing. Is, again, you got an old truck, 15 years beat up. I believe that because of the thing. If we take that off, it does give us an extra truck at that point, kind of a spare extra truck we use for light duty work. So you do kind of get that advantage. But to Jess's point, there should be some kind of fleet idea, right? We go, hey, we're gonna go buy 4 trucks at one time versus 1. We're probably gonna get a better deal. That makes sense. But on the other hand, you've got a need today. My question be, so if you get that plow, then is that plow service then going? Is that, we don't need them anymore? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know.
So I need to talk with Brian Services, need to talk with Joyce.
Told me how terrible they were.
Right, I mean,
That's how you're kind of solving this thing.
yeah.
So that means they're going, right?
Well, terminating a contract is more complicated.
So,
I just don't want to keep going in both directions.
Right, I agree with that. You can't, it's kind of both, Bill.
right, so what happened last time, I talked to the people as they showed up, as they were late. Thought the issue was gonna be resolved. Kevin informed me today that they didn't show up all day. That he had to take care of it. I've been out, doing a work study class. Haven't had an opportunity to talk with Joyce about it. So yes, it's not something that I would like to pay a contractor and also pay our own guys to be doing the same work. That's not a deal.
No.
So the solution, it just has to
The
come.
station's 24/7, right? And I also don't know that we wanna, pay the level of staffing we need to have somebody available to go plow at 2 AM and 4 AM, right?
I'd like to hear what Joyce thinks about all
Yeah.
this. Sorry, Joyce.
Well, I've had conversation with Brandon regarding the truck and I kind of narrowed the scope to 2 options. One, either to purchase the equipment, given that we need to actually maintain our facilities and, during this time of the year, or look at contracting the service. I guess the question is whether, if in fact, the contractor that we're using isn't necessarily working to our standard, if he's able to get someone on such a short notice. I think that's the other consideration because most contractors are into the season right now. So, I see either one or the other as an option. Jessica is correct. As part of the budgeting process, we're gonna be looking at a 6-year capital improvement plan. And the truck that has been suggested by Brandon is one that's in the plan right now under discussion. So I do think there's a need to upgrade our fleet. It's a matter of when do we do it? And do we need to do it now or not?
So this would be instead of one of the ones in the
Yes.
budget?
Yes, we would eliminate one in that proposal.
And can I just make sure I understand, some of the plowing that is being done with the existing truck is not being done by the contractor.
Right. That's correct.
And you earlier were advising against trying to expand the contract to include that plowing, in part because it includes some of the utilities buildings that you need to have access to, and you need to know that you can access those buildings.
Correct. So a contractor has a wide variety amount of businesses that he has to attend to. So he's gonna hit wherever location he's at, he's gonna take care of all that. So if he hits Scio Township and then he has to go all the way out to Chelsea or wherever, and it's snowing like crazy, and all of a sudden we get a call in, we have to be able to gain access, or different people are gonna have to gain access to that. We're gonna have to maintain it safely. I can't just call a contractor and say, hey, come on back here right now. I need you. That's not how it works. You gotta be able to have your own equipment to take care of the outbuildings. And I think that's exactly why we've been maintaining our outbuildings the way that we have been, is so that we have a means to remove the snow and take care of it as we need to. We can't just rely on a contractor, especially if we get a contractor that's not even doing the work that they're supposed to be doing. So I think that's exactly why all places that I've worked have their own plows to take care of their own outbuildings.
We don't have another plow. This is the
Right.
plow. Right? Well, I would support this because I think while I appreciate, wanting to be careful about making major purchases, not having the ability to access those utilities buildings could be a major crisis. And I don't want to be sort of looking backwards and saying, oh gosh, I wish we invested in a plow so we could get into those buildings.
So Brandon, do you have a sense, or maybe it's in the budget ask? So what will it mean for next winter for this contract? I mean, you don't have to answer right now because it may include considerations like OT or different staff. I mean,
Right.
but honestly, like keeping something like the fire station plowed 24/7, that's a big operational change to something we've ever done. And seems like we would continue to need a contractor for that.
It's really the direction that the board wants to go. I mean,
But we're gonna need to know what all the costs are of each.
yeah,
outfit.
I mean, right now it's 10 grand or 5 grand to take care of the fire station. That's what we approved.
For the contract,
For the contract, 5,000.
that's reasonable.
Right. So it's just, it's more complex. You're gonna be asking people to take care of more than just the fire station. If you hire somebody else and get the equipment, you'll be asking them to do the mowing. And, now you have a truck to go get mulch and drive mulch here to take care of the garden beds, or if he needs a tool. So there's a lot more work that gets involved, and then we're just gonna take over snow plowing. No, we'd add in more work to make it worth our time to do it.
So two last comments, I promise I'll pipe down at that point. So Will, you make a good point. We gotta have emergency access. I just thought about what the fire department, those people don't show up one night for whatever reason, and the fire department's now blocked, right? We gotta have some of our own resources, just in case thing, right? Hey, maybe they're gonna cover, but I'd love to have the idea of we gotta back up. 62 grand, look at this truck, it's a pretty good deal. The trucks are not cheap. That's a pretty reasonable price for that truck that you're getting.
Yeah.
I didn't even look, I thought it was like 89 grand you're asking for. I was like, oh, 62. Huh. So Mark's opinion, a truck guy, that's a girl too.
Yeah, I've got a truck.
I know.
But if this is being used for the parks and pathways, I want that, the millage to be paying for part of this. So, okay.
They do. We make sure we,
Hold on, that's
Yeah.
not what's in your proposal.
For the truck, you mean?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I just want to clarify to Jillian's point. Jillian's talking about the actual cost of the truck, which is proposed, which I actually think, Jillian, is reasonable to pay for from water and sewer. Because the truck
Not for
itself,
parks and pathways.
because the truck itself.
It's gonna be used primarily for water.
yeah, I mean.
I understand that,
And
but
the time of the person, okay, the time of the operations, the person, that's costed out between 101 buildings and grounds. Taking care of this area, the cost of the person on parks and paths.
So the labor gets divvied up.
I mean, the operational cost would get divvied up. I would
there
say,
still should be a portion because municipal customers, water customers are paying for this truck to be used on parks and pathways. So there's gotta be a portion. Even if it's small, whatever, but it's not fair for people that pay water bills to be paying for.
Yeah, I don't know how we, so let's talk about the split then. I mean, it's a small portion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something, it's like a 5%.
I think Joyce has something she would like to say.
So I was just going to state, internally, we can come up with whatever that rate is and charge it back to parks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
But we can add that to the
Please, in the
motion. And to 101, because your point is the same for both the general fund and parks.
Yeah.
Because the buildings and grounds cost is covered by the general fund. Oh, I see. Yeah, sure.
And to speak on Jessica's wanting of like a fleet maintenance, like asset management plan, that is something that I had to create in Clio. I already have the Excel spreadsheet. All I gotta do is add the vehicles here. Just haven't had the time to do it. It's something that's real easy. I mean, we could add a lot more than just the trucks to it. Anything that's over a certain amount of money that we want to plan to save for the future. That's kind of what we're also supposed to be doing with Plant Moran and our asset or our rate study. All that equipment and stuff gets put in there, and based on how often you want to replace it, the rate study allocates money on a yearly basis to have the money there at that point in time. So that's something that we are already gonna be doing when we do the rate study. But then as a secondary, I can have an Excel spreadsheet, so that's easier to see than have to sift through all the rate study. Kind of, Jessica said that we have one for the building. We already have an asset management plan for all the expensive things here. It's just making it for the trucks, how old the truck is, when it needs to be replaced, what
Right.
the cost is now, what the potential cost is in the
Part of our
future.
capital improvement.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it should be in some way, and if you or other department heads need help pulling like costs of these, we do have all the costs that we've put on every vehicle, and we should incorporate those into the discussion.
Am I correct that you were readying a modification to the model motion?
yeah,
Yeah, I'd make a motion to approve the purchase. Oh,
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut.
no, I got one, but if you got it,
okay. To approve a purchase of a new 2024 GMC 2500 for the utility department with plow, municipal lights and toolbox at a cost not to exceed 62,617. You sure you got that total? Split equally from funds 595 and 591, and with appropriate charge back from 101 and 208.
Does that include what?
yeah, I was gonna talk about, any proportionate share from parks as determined by the township manager, but.
She did.
But,
It's addressed.
yeah, it's covered, it's covered.
Okay, so motion by Flintoff, is there a second?
Riser or no? Kathy got it.
So, yeah, support by Noel. So.
And I'm quite serious. I didn't check the total. Is that not to exceed? I just didn't know if we want to round up a little. I didn't check it.
I gave you all my copies where I totaled it up at the top
Okay,
right
got it.
corner of the.
Joyce, I don't know if I just want to make sure that we may want to add a little bit.
Yeah, I would.
Not to exceed $63,000.
Maybe round it up just to be on the safe side. Yeah.
Okay, so there's no other.
Oh, you wanted a steering wheel for that thing. Oh, we charged extra for that. Oh.
This should be the price, make sure there wasn't any taxes included and all that, so.
But if we could just round up 64,000.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Or that,
No reason
let's
not
not create a problem.
Okay, is that a friendly amendment, trustee Noel?
Yes.
Okay. Or trustee Rodney?
No, sure.
Okay, please call the roll.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yeah.
Flintoff, yes. Brazeau?
Yes.
Carrie? Yes. Motion passes. It's you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon?
Okay, that brings us to item K4. This is the Jackson Road Overlay District J-Rod Advisory Group scope. And I'm guessing that Jan Culbertson may be out there.
And Laura Krebs.
And Laura Krebs.
Or perhaps those guys.
Yeah.
Well, they're at home.
Yeah.
These, are people that we.
Laura is able to talk.
So Laura, you're on and
Good evening, everybody.
this is your agenda item.
Yes, good evening, everyone. How are
Good
you?
evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. It's past my bedtime, but I'm good. So before you tonight, we have the Jackson Road Overlay Advisory Group. It's a scope of work, and also we're asking for 2 to 3 board members to participate on this advisory committee. This is something that the Planning Commission has been talking about since last summer, when I put together a Jackson Road Overlay form-based mixed-use comparison study. And we talked about the intent and purpose of both of those types of zoning mechanisms for higher density and creating streetscape and a human scale, and also promoting infill and redevelopment opportunities. And so as part of that, in October, Doug, Lawan, and I had put together this scope of work that the Planning Commission saw in October, and it lists a number of goals that the advisory group would be working towards. It would include 3 virtual meetings. That in your packet, you can see that each meeting has tasks assigned to it, and a proposed outcome for each meeting, so that we're actively working towards the goals that we need to advise the Planning Commission what changes may be warranted as part of the Jackson Road Overlay District ordinance. Excuse me. So this is really kind of a couple phase project. We would like to first start to have the advisory group begin their work. So then, like I said, we would need 2 to 3 board members that we would like to participate. And then the advisory group would do this work as outlined in the proposal. And then after their work is complete, they will provide their report to the Planning Commission. And the third phase of this project would be for the Planning Commission to take that information and determine what potential modifications would need to be made to the Jackson Road Overlay District based on the this advisory committee. So this is for the first, I guess the first and second phase of that project. And then we would come back to you with a proposal after this advisory group has completed with some, with our motion forward to whether or not and what type of ordinance amendments may be required or be considered by the Planning Commission, and then ultimately adopted through you. So the cost for this particular portion of the project is just around $5,000, a little less. We did add an option for a 4th meeting just in case. There's some loose ends to tie up at the back end after our 3rd meeting. I didn't add that into the motion, but that would be an additional not to exceed amount of $1,166. So that would bring the total cost for 4 meetings to be $5,026 for this portion of the project. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and I'm interested to know who would be interested in participating.
Clerk Flintoff.
Sure. Couple thoughts. Thank you, Laura. First of all, I wanted to suggest that we split this into kind of 2 actions to just kind of delineate it a little more. One is, it seems like an approval of the expenditure. And then the second would be the assignment of reps.
Yes.
But first, some questions. It looks like, so you said the expenditure would be a not to exceed 5,026?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a change to the model motion.
Right.
I would also offer from 101 to 701. That's where it's budgeted in the planning. The advisory group meetings, the scope of work, the topics look good, Laura. I know that a lot of rich discussion about essential things like transportation and housing are going to come out of it. And because of that, and you know, in light of the policy that we passed at the last meeting, I do think it's important that this advisory group, short-lived as the Fire Services Guidance Committee was, be subject to requirements of the OMA so that there's minutes, so that there's, public can attend. Technically, because it's advisory to an advisory body, it was established by the PC. But it does have, 3 members of the DDA, 3 members of the PC, 2 to 3 members of the board. I think it's really important for it to have legitimacy and accountability, and it's gonna be the foundation for some pretty important work. I would also suggest that, the JROD advisory group be, subject to the requirements of the OMA.
Second that.
Okay.
So
I'm
you're
in
making
agreement
the
with that.
first part of the model motion as amended to be 4 meetings, 5,026.
Yeah, my suggestion, I'll just make a motion and see if it
Yeah,
goes
because
from there.
it sounded like a motion was being made. I just want to clarify what it was.
With the 4.
Sure.
Along with the,
I'd like to make a motion to approve the expenditure of $5,026 from Fund 101-701 for the 4 JROD advisory group meetings as outlined in CWA Scope of Services dated December 15th, 2023, and to require the JROD advisory group to be subject to requirements of the OMA, period. And Laura, from a practical point of view, that means, the members need to be in person. The public can join virtually, but I want to note that from a practical point of view, because I don't know how much of your budget was based on the virtual participation.
Well, I'm just gonna ask, I assume that she would be allowed to participate remotely.
Correct, because she wouldn't be a member.
Right, so because I don't want to pay for her hour to and from home.
Correct.
well, so ESTF meets virtually.
ESTF is advisory, was created by the Planning Commission, so it's an advisory group to an advisory group. Therefore, and we've never imposed the requirements of the OMA on it, as we, even via the policy the policy we enacted doesn't explicitly apply to advisory groups, the couple
Right.
we have, and so that's why I wanted to make it explicit here.
But isn't this an advisory to an advisory
Right.
group?
It is,
It
and
is.
that's why I'm suggesting the imposition of making it subject to the requirements of the OMA, because so much of this, we're gonna have 2 or 3 board members on it. We've got decision makers at a table, talking about important topics that are going to go forward. So I think it's important that this body be as open as possible.
Well,
Sorry, if I could just interrupt. I'm sorry if I am interrupting, but this proposal was based on all virtual meetings. And that was mostly to make sure that those participants have flexibility. It's winter, it's difficult to all get together. And you can be on Zoom and still have it be open to the public. Just a suggestion, but I have to go back and ask those that have already committed to be on this committee. They already think it's a virtual committee.
Well, that actually, Laura, that sounds like a potential compromise. If the meetings were virtual, but they were open to the public.
It's actually, I understand we could try that kind of part way, but we've been through these mental gymnastics before early on in COVID. And it makes it difficult. It then requires that somebody have that technology, which most do. And I think there's other aspects about the OMA. There's the minutes, there's the public comment. And I would hope, Laura, these are pretty regular, right? They're PC members and DDA members. I don't want to make imposition, but we're just talking about 3 or 4 meetings. I would hope.
Yeah, but this is we're already modifying our policy under 4.2, which I printed it out. It does not apply to commissions or subgroup of advisory bodies. I'm like, why couldn't we allow them to meet virtually, provided that the public be able to attend and that there be a public comment period? So.
I think we could.
I agree, we want the sunshine of transparency, but can't we do that virtually? Because
I
most
don't think
people
we do
who
it.
watch do so virtually.
And John, I'm, here's the thing, you can't have the accountability of the OMA with that. I understand where you're going. I would say this body already being proposed as an advisory to an advisory is pretty much on the edge for me. I mean, this body is talking about some pretty important stuff.
But it has to go to the PC. and
Hold
then
on,
come back to
with 2 to
us.
3, right, but there's 2 to 3 of us. There's 2 to 3 of us on it. There's 2 to 3 ultimate decision makers on an advisory to an advisory. It becomes a circle
No,
of the DD. If, I guess without it being an OMA meeting, John, it appears to be, this kind of circular board, DDA, PC.
I think it's gonna have to
thing.
go, I think it's gonna have to go to a planning commission meeting. And then the planning commission meeting, it will be open and in person. And then the planning commission will take action. It'll go to the BOT here, which we're open and in person. So I think there are a number of, I don't think this is in secrecy. I'm not suggesting that at all.
I'm just saying, well, then let's make it an openness per the law. It's not amending the policy of last time. It's creating an additional requirement. It's an
Right, and it's
exception.
creating an exception for this advisory body that doesn't comport with our policy.
Yep.
If that's what we wanna do, that's what we wanna do, but it is an advisory body to the planning commission, which meets in public and will have to, then they come to us.
I understand, but if you just look at what happened with our fire services guidance committee, right? We had total openness and still there were these people who weren't paying attention when this foundational work was happening. And they came out and opposed the millage.
But that was their choice not to be paying attention.
Yeah, that was the same thing.
I-
yes,
let's not open up that.
But I hear what you're saying, so here's the thing you gotta consider, yes, two things. Number one, you've already got, you're probably, every member's not gonna have to reconsider whether they wanna participate. That's one impact. Is Carl Wortman still gonna do this for the same fee? I think they were under the impression that they're doing this remotely, so they're gonna probably impose additional charges. I'm not disagreeing that it should be an open meeting. I'm just saying that if we make that decision, it impacts those things. Is the juice worth the squeeze? I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion here on OMA stuff because
I would
I'm new
suggest
to
a
I'm a new
hybrid
kid in the block.
where we
Yeah.
allow the public, we put into this, instead of requiring them to comply with OMA, that we put in that their virtual meetings have to be open to the public.
And a public comment and public comment.
And included an opportunity for public comment, which makes
And
sense
minutes.
because
Right.
then they're
minutes.
getting input from people who are interested in the topic and, that's an
Yeah.
opportunity for gathering
I
that
mean,
additional data.
I'm just one vote. I'm just saying, I would support this, if it were subject to the requirements of the OMA. I think this work is so important. I think it was odd that the planning commission created an advisory to an advisory when it's doing such fundamental stuff, like looking at our ordinances and things.
That part is weird.
And it is,
That part I do agree.
and so I'm
There's
just
a lot of
saying,
reason for it,
I do
though.
too.
and I never, I thought it was odd. I, had this, kind of conversation offline with.
Well, Jan's here, we could hear from her, but I think she does that. I thought is Jan Culbertson here?
Laura.
Oh, but I will say, with that, you have the flexibility of being able to meet, getting more people to be able to meet, and you get input from DDA, you get input from Board of Trustees, you get input from Planning Commission. So that's what committee work is about getting ideas, working creatively together. And like I say, let people watch the sausage being made and comment on whether we're doing it right or not, or whomever. I'm not saying it's gonna be me, but whomever
Or comment on the substance of what's being discussed. I think that's the value of having.
All of that could happen in person too.
Yeah, I mean, I've said my piece. I'm not gonna support this if it's not subject to the requirements of the OMA.
So
That's
I'm
okay.
torn. I mean, I agree with what Jessica is saying. I guess if we do this, we should add the requirements of minutes and public comment. I'm torn, though.
And what I would say is, you guys can start speccing out what that modification to the motion will be. I don't know what that model looks like. I think it's you know, OMA or not, that in between is that gray space. What if somebody needs an accommodation? What if, you know, it gets tricky.
What do you mean accommodation?
I'm just saying, what if somebody says, I don't have Zoom, but I want to attend?
I have one comment. I think she's, sorry for interrupting, but it has to do with this OMA. Is that I think she's asking for 3 members from the trustees. So if you make it by Zoom and a 4th one comes on and listens, you must be OMA because you now have majority,
You know, that's a
present.
point.
So that's an overarching rule, it's the law. So once you become a majority at any gathering, whether it's at coffee or here, you must meet OMA requirements. So once you turn it into a Zoom, if you're on it as part of the J-Rod and one more of you call in, you are now subject to.
We can't participate.
You cannot, it becomes an OMA. At that
No,
point.
we can't participate.
Right.
We.
You must then meet the requirements of OMA or you're breaking the law. I don't care if you do it here.
So if I'm at home sick and then I log in by Zoom and watch.
You count as being part of it.
No.
No, but that.
We can't participate by Zoom.
But that's when we're members. So that's when it's
where
a,
you get into
that's
real
what's,
trouble.
when it's an OMA body, I'm homesick from a board meeting. I can watch, I can speak during public comment and that's it. What's difficult about something that's not clearly an OMA body and sort of in this gray space that you're proposing is, you know, 3, 4 people are on. Who's there and who's not, who's a member, and who's not.
That's it. And if you send an email or something about that meeting, it will show that you weighed in on it.
Again, I've said my piece on it.
Well, if I'm not on the committee, I'm not logging in. I'm gonna wait for the recording.
It's cleaner and more transparent if we follow the OMA and have.
It does create the problems that Mark was delineating a moment ago, which is the proposal is for a particular approach. And if we impose a different approach on it, then they're gonna go back to the drawing board and say, okay, then you need to increase the amount. Do we wanna just say, approve an expenditure up to $10,000 for 4 meetings?
I thought-
Well, now you gotta go reassess the board and members and see if they're even gonna attend now.
You have
It's
to,
more than that. It's a throw in the trash can and start all over.
you will have to talk to people. Yes.
Right.
And they are. I'm surprised that,
Yeah.
They're all silent.
I mean, if
I'm surprised these decisions are already made, supposedly, like,
yeah.
Yeah, like.
when really this board should be directing some of this decision-making.
Right, it feels a little like advisory to the advisory. I mean, it's,
Well, and the fact that these people have already been talked to and told that it's gonna be virtual, the meetings will be virtual. Well, we didn't decide that.
Can I just
With all of us.
Yeah.
Laura, we're talking about your proposal, so
Yeah,
yes,
Laura.
please
Yeah.
weigh in.
I just want to cut in here. So the planning commission, yeah, I know they're advisory to the board, but they can, but through the state enabling act, set up any advisory committee that they choose to do their work. And so this is one of those areas where they would like to set up this committee to do their work. They want to add stakeholders from the DDA and the board to be inclusive and make sure that, you know, like Jessica said, this is very important. There's a lot of very important conversations that we're going to have. And we want to make sure we're including those members of the DDA, the Jackson Road overlay is in the DDA district. And we want to make sure that you, who will be the approving body, have some representation on this advisory committee. We intended to have these virtual meetings, one, to reduce cost, but also to allow for flexibility for the members on this committee. These are, you know, the people that have already committed are very busy, business people, active volunteers on other committees. we're just trying to make it as easy for them as possible to be able to attend and help us in this very important work. If you're concerned about 3 board members, we would happily encourage you to have 2 board members as part of this advisory committee. If you decide to make this a committee that would have to meet in person, we will have to reevaluate and ask the group, those that have already committed, if they could meet in person, and we'd have to reevaluate and make sure that the costs are in line.
So it seems like there's a potential solution in diminishing the risk of inadvertently having a board quorum by having only 2 board members serving on the advisory committee.
I guess I just don't understand overarching, why are we as a board? Like, I mean, these are really important conversations. And I'm just saying, like, why are we giving away the design of the process and this and that? I mean, we want to talk
What
about
can
it.
happen, what is gonna happen when 7 to 9 people gather in person and talk about something? When no one's likely in Township Hall, although they could be, versus when those 7 to 9 people gather online and talk about something, as long as it's a transparent discussion.
Because, John, I don't think right now on the fly, any one of us is gonna come up with the accurate checklist of everything that's in the OMA, except the requirement to show up in person. And then there'll be an exception, there'll be something. It's like, it's not, I mean, what you're making up is something on the fly. I'm not saying it can't be done.
No, I'm not making anything up. I'm just asking a
Why
question.
don't we table this for, I think we just, tonight, let's
Well, wait a
table
minute.
this. We gotta like think this through a little more. Jessica makes a good point. Why are we as Scio Township ever, I'm gonna take me the devil's advocate here. Why are we ever compromise on OMA, ever?
I'm not
Right.
saying that.
No.
Well, but there are,
One,
and second, I'm gonna play double, actually, just so you know, I'm actually
do
for
that.
doing it virtually, but I'm gonna give you the argument against it. Right? For 2 reasons. Number one, you do have an OMA concern. Number 2, you are more productive when you are in person. You don't get a lot of stuff done. Trust me, I know at my own company. We don't get crap done on because people, oh, look, a squirrel or whatever. They run and get a Coca-Cola or their kids, whatever, man. We all do it. We're all guilty of it.
So I hear a desire to postpone.
Well, wait a minute, I have a
allow some more
question.
time.
I have a question.
Okay.
Laura, please. Laura,
Yes.
when did you plan on meeting?
Well, we don't even have all our members yet, so we haven't talked about when we would meet yet.
So would this be at night, during the day? I mean, you just don't know.
We would poll the membership and see what dates and times would be most beneficial to them.
Okay.
And
So
Laura,
you're not
how
in there.
come, I know we had a joint meeting in August of the Planning Commission, Township Board and DDA. How come you aren't recommending kind of more joint meeting structure like that? How did you move from the joint meetings to like the advisory to advisory? Just process wise, I want to understand.
Well, I think part of it is, we wanted a core group of members, and the more people you get involved, it takes longer to get through some of these things. And I think we wanted a core group of people to start this process and talk some of these things through in order to bring a report to you and the Planning Commission to talk through those further. So, it wasn't meant to disengage anyone or to put anybody out. We just were trying to come up with a core group that we could get through things through 3 meetings or 4 and come back with some solid information that we could share with the Planning Commission and the board so that we could start our work on the ordinance.
And Laura, that makes sense. And I understand the need to be, nimble. I also think, honestly, I think if it's like 2 or 3 special meetings, if you had, special meetings of the Planning Commission, special meetings of the Township Board, invite the other 2 bodies, kind of those core people would come anyways. I mean, it wouldn't, if 4 members of the board, 3 members of the DDA, 3 members of the PC showed up to 3 meetings in a row, that also works. I'm not proposing that right now. I'm just saying, I think this works in open, and I think, we talked about earlier in the meeting, the master plan issues. I just think the more we can do
The more we can discuss and air
out
some
in the
of the
open
related
and,
issues.
yeah.
Laura, how long do you think it would take to talk to the individuals who already have committed?
I mean, we can talk to them starting tomorrow and see if that's something that they can commit to. I mean, it depends on the timing, really. I think it's going to take more time for us to find a time where everyone can get together in person. That's just the way it's going to be.
Would Laura have?
That would happen to some extent anyway, though.
Well, to some extent, but virtual, you're just a little bit more flexible. You
little
you
bit.
have an hour in between something. It's easier to do instead of
Yep.
coming all the way to Township Hall and so.
So does your motion have a second?
No.
Oh, I'll second.
I'll second it. Riser will second.
Let him do it.
Okay, what are we?
Okay,
Voting
so,
on?
so we have a motion by Flintoff, we have support by
Wait a
Riser
minute.
for the motion. The motion included requiring that the body be subject to the OMA.
And the expenditure of up to 5,000.
I wasn't gonna quote the whole thing, I was just saying it
101.
includes
Yep.
that. So
And meeting in person.
Well, that
that's
is the
subject to
OMA.
OMA.
That covers
Yeah,
it.
and Laura would not, Laura, you could be virtual if that's. an
Yeah, it
issue.
just applies to members, not
Yeah.
staff.
So I would recommend that we postpone a vote on the motion because we need to allow time for the proposal to be reworked to be in this format as opposed to being in virtual format.
You want to figure out which,
Well, should
Well, that would be
we,
the next motion.
well, should we,
Kevin?
I mean, can we,
You can be on.
I guess.
can't we approve?
I'm willing to vote on this, and if we need to increase the amount to accommodate.
Yeah, if it needs to come back, Laura, after you find out more, if you say,
Or-
hey, those 6 people who volunteered, none of them can do it in person, we can revisit it.
Or if we need more money because of this, if it was budgeted for one format and it's another, you know what,
Yeah.
I'm willing to revisit that, but I'm willing to support this motion tonight.
Okay, so I'm supporting it as it is with the understanding that we may hear back from Carlisle Wortman that the figure is not adequate to cover the changed format.
Right, or we
Okay.
lost 6 members. Yeah.
Okay. So, this is an expenditure, so it's a roll, calling the roll.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Brazo,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
motion adopted 6-0.
Okay, so the second part of this is, appointing 2 to 3 township board representatives to the J-Rod Advisory Group. Do we have, folks who are interested in serving on the J-Rod Advisory Group, or is everyone want to avoid meetings that have to be in person?
Thank you.
All right, Mark wants to do it,
I'll do it.
Kathy
Okay,
wants
so,
to do it.
we have 2. Is that adequate, or do we?
John can do it too.
Well, that's adequate, but they might need PC folks, so why don't I wait on that, just in case?
But
I hope.
they already have PC folks.
I hope that they
Maybe.
do.
Oh, you mean if they, yeah, they will. Are you
Okay.
kidding? Do you see who's on the
So,
PC? They show up to
Well,
everything.
why don't we proceed with the motion to appoint trustee Brazo and trustee Noel to the J-Rod Advisory Group? And then we can, if necessary, we can add a third at some later point.
We don't have an
No,
alternate.
I know, but I mean, I would.
That's an altar boy.
So I've made that motion. Is there?
Support.
I would support that. I
Okay,
would support that.
okay, so motion by Hathaway, support by Flintoff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Excuse me. All right, so we are at 11 o'clock and it requires a vote to move on to other items on the agenda. Is there a motion to finish the remaining 2 items?
So
on our
moved.
agenda?
We just have.
Moved by Flintoff, support by Hathaway. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
You're being difficult. All right, so that brings us to agenda item K5, which is brought to us by Township Manager Parker. So I will let you introduce this agenda.
Oh, wait a minute. The planning commission and the zoning board of appeals has requested technical support to facilitate Zoom meetings on an ongoing basis. The consultant is really focused on providing the professional support, and it's difficult for them to maintain the meetings without some type of support. And so, we do have a person that we work with, on a very temporary basis, to assist the administrative staff if both individuals are not in the office. And so what we're suggesting is to, have that person assist the planning commission and the zoning board of appeals.
Angela, that was,
Yes.
we met her, okay, but she lives in Howell, and is she okay with driving here at
Well,
night?
she said that she was, and also she might be on Zoom, but she said she was willing to try and see how things work out. And, you know, if for some reason she's not able to do it more long-term, she would certainly give us time to find someone else.
And I'd also give us as background, early on in the pandemic, we used to pay Carlisle Wortman for an additional person to run the PC and the ZBA. And I think that they don't have the staffing capacity now to do that, so it's not without precedent for us to be paying for this.
Is there further questions or discussion?
I was just gonna, because all of the board members do not know Angela, if she's still online.
No.
Oh, nobody is.
I'll-
Report them
We're the
out.
only ones
I'll
awake.
say
in time.
Angela's a really,
14 people still.
a really impressive person. She's been in the office once, so she's great.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
And,
She was.
Let's do it.
Rob's.
Okay, well, we're looking for Angela if we,
Yeah, Angela's not.
we're not ready for public comment quite yet. Well, I would make the model motion to authorize the township manager to hire a temporary independent contractor administrative support person at $30 per hour. Is there a second?
I'll second.
So moved by Hathaway, support by Noel. Please call the roll.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Brazo.
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
That brings us to J1. This is the unfinished business item that we shifted to the end. Adoption of policy to standardize process to appoint members to township committees. And before I turn it over to Clerk Flintoff, this is, you all should have received a hard copy of modified text that I sent out by email earlier today. This is the item to which that text applies. So it would be substituted for the paragraph in page 3, well, the text in page 3 that's identified as additional paragraph proposed by the supervisor.
And it's fair to say, will you work in concert with Jessica on this?
We talked it through this morning and I drafted this pursuant to that
Okay, so
conversation.
you two are in alignment on this.
Almost, yep. We're very, very close. And I just want to reflect, everything that's in black line are the changes from the last time we talked about it. So it's meant, everything in black line is meant to reflect the conversation we had at the board table
Oh,
on January 9th, as well as, you know, any other feedback from Will or discussions with Joyce that we've had internally since then.
I'm prepared to move this. Are there any friendly amendments?
I just want to note one thing. So Will's proposing the at least 90 days in bold, and that would replace the at least 90, page 3, the at least 90 days plus the additional paragraph proposed by supervisor. I want to thank Will. It notes. Oh, wait, hold on, we're close. So, okay, clarifying questions, Will.
Okay.
Because my concern, I just wanted, so the difference in language says that, you know, I had that the clerk will at minimum do this particular recruiting. And then you had proposed that the supervisor do some recruiting for the PC, CC, DDA. So first, any other nominations or appointments under the supervisor's authority? Are there any that, there are none that come to mind?
No, but I was anticipating that, you know, there could be
A
some
future,
in the
okay.
future, you know, where I
That's
thought
fine.
policy should have a little bit of
That's fine.
space for
So
that.
then it says the supervisor will be responsible for those items. And then it says the supervisor will post those communications. Okay, great. So I'm fine with that language. My concern was it had been before that it said may choose, it sounded optional. So operationally then, what this would mean is if we approve this tonight, then tomorrow, I would post the vacancy for the roads commission and you would post the vacancy for the compensation commission. Is that your understanding?
For the roads committee.
I would do for the roads committee.
Yeah, you said road commission.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
It's late.
If only we had control of the road commission. I would post the vacancy for the road advisory committee. And Will, tomorrow you would post the vacancy for the compensation commission.
Or he could ask you to.
Right, is that your shared understanding, Will?
Say yes, Will, because that's what I
Come on, Will.
understand too.
Yeah, yes.
No, this is
It is important, but like, I don't know how.
No, I hadn't thought about immediate actions as a result of approving this, but yes, that is what it would mean.
Okay, I just want to be clear because and we do have the vacancies noted here. Okay?
Thank you for all your work on this.
I am so excited that you two work together on this thing and come up with that is like, you know, that's awesome.
That's worth
But still.
So would you like to make the model motion?
I would so move the model motion.
Okay. So moved by Riser, second by Razo. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. So that is approved.
So can I ask Joyce, we've adopted some policies. We got the policy to standardize appointments. We have the policy for the OMA. I know that, can we get those on the right, the third to the right, or the right column on the website under policies, how we have various policies? Like, are all our policies up there?
They are,
And I did.
Because this one was.
Yes, I did.
but this one wasn't
speak
adopted
about,
right now.
No, but they were.
Right, the OMA one, and she was gonna.
No, I just put it up
Did you
this
put it up?
afternoon.
Oh,
I
thank
hadn't
you.
had time to,
No,
sorry.
no. I'm not complaining. I'm just asking. That's all.
Yeah, I got it up this afternoon.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
If we may, and there may be some people who would like to make a public comment, let's move on to the public comment. This is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. Trustee Brazeau will serve as our timekeeper.
Yes, sir.
And, Kevin, do we have anyone who's got their hand raised?
I do have
Oh,
two.
wait a minute, no, wait, we have,
Oh, I'm sorry, there's someone.
No, that's
here in
okay.
person.
You
I
have to
didn't
wait,
mean
that's
to
okay.
overlook you.
I had a chance to visit with Bob Stites this past week. Judy Monk, and it's 5554 Gallery Park Drive. Sorry. And a very productive discussion about DDA and the township. But there was one thing that I took away from that meeting, and that was the need for more focus on master plan. So I was very encouraged and pleased to hear your earlier discussion about master plan, because it's an umbrella document. And as I've attended a few meetings, not tons yet, but they go on and on. And
early.
and everyone demonstrates a great deal of professionalism and patience, but it really focuses in on, if I could, the master plan. Because the master plan is an umbrella document and it provides priorities and it provides direction that is decided already. And so when you come to individual matters, you go back to that master plan to drive those decisions and priorities. And so what I've had the opportunity to see is that this board does not probably have has not embraced the master plan and knows it, because the master plan will have addressed quite a number of the things that you spend significant time and energy discussing and sharing. And the reason it's called master plan is because it's usually 5-year, state says it's 5-year. And so it carries through your trustees. So any one trustee can't come in with a crazy idea and change everything, because you have a master plan, and that master plan comes from planning. And I'm really singing to the choir here, but it comes from planning, but also the planning consultant. It's approved by the trustees, and it has significant opportunity for public weigh-in and public engagement. So your master plan would never have been approved until the public, your constituents, your residents, have weighed in on it and had a chance to look at it and all that. And then that master plan gives a definition of your identity and your character. And I've heard words here tonight, we're rural. Are we rural? Are we urban? Are we agriculture? And those are all things that, in fact, you're struggling with. I know. And so there's a lot of pressure for urbanization, building the infrastructure and all that. And that master plan will have decided about infill. Are you going after commercial? Are you in fact going after improving streetscapes or not? And are you trying to increase tax base? If you're not trying to increase tax base, maybe you're trying to restrict.
You appreciate that, but let's get 3 minutes.
Yeah, so
It's 11 o'clock
I'm
for
really
us.
encouraging you
You appreciate
to
that.
get the master plan in order and embrace it.
Amen.
Because it's
Like the 10
it's
commandments.
really important.
Like the 10 commandments.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Judy.
you.
So
We have Pam Boyd, followed by Kathleen Brandt.
Thank you, Pam Boyd. I want to correct a very big error I made earlier in my first public comment. And I want to thank Anna Cohn for the beautiful presentation. And it was a beautiful presentation document in tonight's packet, from her cover sheet to with all the snow on the ground, seeing green pictures of our green parks and blue skies, and it was very well written. My error was in giving myself only 15 minutes to write my public comments. So again, Anna did a super job, beautiful and very informative. And that's it. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kathleen
Brandt.
Hi, Kathleen Brandt, Scio resident. I want to echo what Judy Monk has just said about the master plan and tie that in with your discussion about the J-Rod district. I'm concerned that the Board of Trustees doesn't spend enough time on these strategic issues, in that unfortunately, a lot of these things are driven by a consultant. And it really should be driven by the Board of Trustees. And so I'm very concerned about small advisory groups where it's not really an agreed strategy. It hasn't been reviewed for prior master plans. The master plan can be updated once a year. Yes, the 5-year requirement is there, but there's nothing to say you can't revise it more often. But we really should look at the master plan and then decide what we want to do with J-Rod. I think we're doing this a little bit backwards, and I'm very concerned that we're not getting all the inputs to that process. So I do think it's driven a little bit too much by the Planning Commission and not enough by the Board of Trustees. So maybe a working session would be called for. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
I have no one else at this time. Oh, I'm sorry, Rita. Clinthorne? Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hi Rita.
Hi, hey, I just wanted to make a little comment about when you were talking about phase 5 of the ZEB Road plan and the Sweepster parking lot, possibly parking cars in there. I don't know. It's my opinion, when we were standing in that parking lot meeting, that's a really active lot, and I would really suggest that we don't encourage people to be hanging around in that lot as they're unloading their cars, loading their cars. I think of kids zipping around, and I think there's a big safety factor there about using that spot as letting people park there. It just didn't feel like a good idea at all while I was there. The trucks are going in and out. It's a real working business, and I think it's enough that we're taking folks through that spot as we need to. But I'm opposed to having that used as a parking spot. There's plenty of other parking for the pathway. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Rita.
Sure.
No one else at this. Motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Moved by Brazo. Support by Noel. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, we are adjourned just at 11:20.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.